Good morning, everybody. Thank God. We love you. Okay, all right. Thank you, Gene Crisper. I was Discord muted. Sorry. There we go. That should fix that. See, this should still be kind of bearish. All right, so ran up to 32. Increased put interest at 47.20. There's a bit of a ramp down from 47.20 down to 4700. So I really just want to hedge a test of 40 here. Let's see where that takes us. There's a little bit of put side capitulation, a little bit of buying here. We're going to have some resistance at 47.20 to the downside. Yeah. DN on the weekly is at 47.25. Probably not a lot of them, honestly. This is one. It could be kind of extreme, but as long as we don't break above 47.50 on it, I'm not too worried about its upside potential. You think this bounces so the big boys can load up on 2D puts? Looks like the big boys have already loaded up on 2D puts this morning. There's quite a lot more of those than there are calls. Holy fuck, the Ivy crush on the call side roaches. China Big Bear, yeah. Yeah, last night. Is this the foretold SLD below GN? Well, this is just the beginning of SLD. SLD goes till Monday. There's a lot more gamma falling off the chain into the back half of this week. But today's got a decent chunk. I think like 8%. Or it was like 7% of the gamma on the chain falls off today. So we should start seeing the notional moves get bigger and bigger, both to the up and downside, but larger moves. If you open the VAR swap replicated shit death position on Friday, you now be roughly 60% up on risk. Yeah, except my entire portfolio would have blown up when they shorted VIX down 25 cents. Crowd's actually going down. Nice. Did I grab a position on that in this account or no? Wanted to grab one in here. It's a little early. Hmm. No, all right. Well, it's doing pretty good. Top going for it. Ooh, that's fun. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like they're starting to cover on it a little bit. Not a lot, but there's a little bit of covering, like 200,000 volume or something. Do you think we could bounce all the way back to 4750 before more downside? I think 40 looks more likely here. Um, but I guess 50 is not out of the question. Overall, the momentum here is still really bearish. But we just may have a couple more like high tests in this range. Maybe a test to the bottom of the gap, which I think puts us at about 40. Yeah, pretty close. This is still a tricky range. Remember that the market maker buys the upside and sells the downside here, so you just get more extreme moves. Oh, does it give a bounce to XRT? XRT looks like shit today. It's like down like another 60 BPS. I doubt it. Um, I didn't actually get to see if resale sales beat like I predicted. It did. Ew, look at me. Um, yeah, retail sales X autos not that much better though. And retail sales X gas and autos kind of minimal. Red Book was down month over like week over week, and then retail sales year over year didn't really improve that much. But yeah, I mean, Red Book's down, so it's largely like holiday impulse, and I think the assumption is that that's going to be due to like massive credit utilization more than anything else. Let's see, Lagarde speaking at 10:15. What do you think of Boeing at this price? I don't know. It could go down more. The whole audit process for the 737 Maxes could yield further losses for Boeing. Besides just delayed orders and stuff, right? If they find other problems, those will have to be fixed across the whole line. You're missing a joke, Andre. Shrimp is not a secret ticker. Or Gene. Nvidia down 228 bips. Can we make it 1,000? Maybe not today. Still a little buying here. Is there any risk of the cover bid? Yes, if we broke up above like 52, that would be an issue, a potential issue. These fucking allergy tests every morning are killing me. Based on China going poo-poo, Neo dead, or just patience for a low entry. I would say patience for a low entry. I mean, their like financial crisis is still ongoing. Timing the bottom of that is going to be, you know, difficult to impossible, right? So, um, just don't don't overexpose yourself to too many Chinese stocks. They carry quite a lot of risk. There's a lot of problems there. Um, but there could also be a lot of opportunities, right? But anything I got kind of in that market, I would probably try to get as low a price as possible, DCA over time, plan to have a lot of patience with the position. It's more of one of those, you know, buy when everyone's fearful kind of moments. Be greedy when others are fearful, right? It's unlikely China's going to be replaced as the world's second largest economy. Although India's doing pretty good. Oh, son of a bitch. If that breaks. Where's monthly GN again? I need to get these lines on this chart. 47.38. $47.25. 37.38.57. That's close enough. Maybe I'm still not understanding retail sales. Are we down because retail sales wasn't good enough, or retail sales were bought with excess credit? Neither. I don't think retail sales had too much of an impact on today's price action, frankly. I think the massive miss in Chinese GDP last night, British inflation being up, both on, both on I think their year over year and their month over month spiked super hard. We're starting to see the effects of a supply shock in the Middle East. Um, Mortgage applications really didn't grow as expected, and industrial production improved a little bit. So, but I don't think any of that really had that much of an effect. I think mostly it was just positional. China had a big effect last night, but I think most of the data today is not all that relevant. Djibouti coming in hot to take number 2 position over China. That'd be cool. Yeah. Oh, bulls are slipping. So I cut the upside hedge. Probably. volatility exposure on that top position, maybe. That's Beyond doing today. Beyond shares, options only. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to own shares of it. Just long dated options, and I'm still not buying it yet. It can still go down more. Give me a second. Does this drop fuck the pumpers, or are they somewhat prepared to deal with it? I mean, it kind of fucks them, but they have been preparing uh, over the first few days leading into it. Obviously, you know, every out of the money major strike with sold puts that go in the money major strike with sold puts that goes out of the money. Vice versa. Sorry, yeah. Out of the money that goes in the money increases both their unrealized losses and risk. They're saying long oil, long oil, long oil. I'm already long oil, turd. I don't think I can go longer oil reasonably. I could buy some more oxy, I guess, but I think we're gonna have a weak SLD with today and yesterday being red already. Not necessarily. I thought we would V since retail was good. I mean, only if we broke back above GN, which we just failed. I'm sure they'll spend the rest of the day trying to turn price action around. I mean, but no, falling below like both GNs in the overnight session is not bullish. And we are just inundated with puts down here too, right? Some nothing but puts. Very hard for the bulls to get a leg up with that much negative gamma. Remember, the further we drop, the harder V'ing the price becomes, right? There's no dip buyer coming in to turn the price action around for them, right? So whatever momentum they can generate, the market maker will buy into, but the market maker is not just passively buying the dip. What makes you like Oxy more than Devion? What are you looking at there? I like both. I mean, I own both. Oxy's more Permian Basin U.S. oil production. Devion's more like split nat gas oil exposure. Why is oil down right now? Supply's been up a lot. The U.S. has been pumping out a lot more oil than it historically has. How's AMD looking for continued downs? I mean, I still don't think it's even below Gamma Max yet. It's not, right? Gamma Max is at 149. I don't know if I'd fuck with it, but the options chain on it still looks super bullish. If the market stops falling, it'll probably turn right back around again. Good retail is not a good sign for rate cuts. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there really isn't any bullish data anymore, is there? Unless we see something like easing in the labor market. The Bulls have pinned far too much on, you know, their 6.5 fucking rate cuts this year. Which kind of puts them in a position where almost no news is good news. Failing the gap means 4,600 end of day. No. Um, hmm. I wouldn't say it means much at all, actually. I think we could end up chopping between like 47.25 and 47.40 for some time. Bulls are still trying to get a leg up. And if they can stabilize price here long enough, they can force some capitulation from the out of the money puts. So that's what I'd be looking towards, but that'll probably take a little while. Is BTU dead? I highly doubt it. It's almost on sale. Permian Basin, Smirmian Basin. Nice. Don't get jealous because Zom's footprint isn't substantial enough there. Any thoughts on why Tup is up today with news coming later? Could be volatility exposure in the short position, forcing some covering. I don't think anything really important has happened here. It's traded like not even 500,000 volume. Bulls are pushing again. Do do do. 47, 36. Yeah, put wall's at 40. The most important put wall is at 40. I mean, China's pretty fucked. HSI was down, what, 300 BPS last night? Shenzhen was down like 250. I think like the CN50 lost 200 basis points. It looked like garbage. Their open market action on the yuan is not very successful right now. It's at 722 to the dollar. So a little bit of currency debasement alongside that. It's yeah, it doesn't look good. Did you ever take a position on AMKBY? Yeah, I had like 100,000 shares. I sold 75,000 of them. I still have 25. That was a long time ago. Well, I guess not that long ago. A few months ago. And then I recently sold a bunch of it off because it's gone up so much due to the Red Sea shit. Tub calls for Friday, super cheap for a YOLO. Probably stupid. I don't think you want exposure to that without theta. Myrna getting hit. Okay. Or replaces entire workforce with actual potatoes with attached AI voice. It's about the same level of customer service you would receive now. Do you have a refresher on Netflix GN and GM? Yeah, I can check it out. Um, GN is at 466, DN 432.35. So DN's moving a bit closer to spot. Netflix is obviously moving in for its second test of delta neutral now, after bouncing on the first test. Any price below 472 to 466 is going to get significantly more bearish. So if we're going to see like a big leg down on Netflix, that's probably when we would see it. Then if it breaks under delta neutral, it can just continue grinding down for who knows how long, maybe till earnings. Although that's still really far away. So they're trying to shake puts, but it doesn't look like they're having a lot of success with that. Still looks like we're seeing some light put accumulation. Not a lot of volume though. I guess more importantly, we look out to ES. ES, we're looking at the 47.65 resistance is very important here. We have failed the downtrend. So we're looking for a break below this resistance, continuation down to that like 47.40 test. This is pretty bearish. I mean, failing the bottom of a downtrend is usually not a good sign from a technical perspective. But remember, we've got that test on SPX at the EMA 30. And hopefully we see that test today. That would be the test of around 4,700, 46.97. Which is roughly the resistance we bounced off of, was that week before last? Ads terrible today, all unskippable. Google's earnings is coming up. Thinking up before downs? No, not necessarily. I think we may have gotten the ups already here, or seen most of the extent of them. The upside momentum is starting to die off as they repeatedly attempt to push up through gamma neutral. Obviously, that's gonna start to kill off the buy side volume. So less and less success pushing up. We're probably going to consolidate towards the upside here, and then possibly we'll see a failure. I don't know, like 30 minutes to an hour. That's why I got the 1 DTE on the put side, because I didn't want to deal with the chop. And I figured I could average it down. Netflix earnings next week, I believe so. Yeah, on like the 24th. Brazilian subsidiary of TAF, the Spanish telecom Telefonica. Yeah, I could take a look at it. And I don't know much about them, but I'll look. EPS has been picking up. Margins have been improving. I need to look at their balance sheet. There we go. Let's see. Ooh, I really like the low debt. Cash flow seem to be getting back on track. Total revenues have been improving. Operating expenses have been picking up a little bit. Current liabilities 4.2. $2.57. Doesn't look like they need to refinance anything anytime soon. Hmm. Cash flows. So cash flows are bouncing back pretty nicely. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that much about the company itself, right? And I don't know what they have going on, but I would say purely from their balance sheet, they look pretty solid. I might wait for a better buying opportunity. Just technically, this looks like it may see a little bit of a continued failure, possibly back below $10. Um, but it looks really good. Other than that, how many more of these are we gonna get? This fucking violent chop is such a bitch. Tesla dropping due to their vehicles being frozen at supercharging stations? No. I mean, Tesla's like long side interest has been falling off for several weeks now. I think there's plenty of bear cases against Tesla besides it being cold out. It's actually right there. Really trying to push us over 40. I don't think the trend's being that tricky. It's just kind of like forming a bear flag, right? Slowly. There's probably more upside range on that, like that trend. I'm just kind of trying to see if it breaks this, if it even breaks that like upside range. Mostly just patience. There's not much you can do but wait it out. I guess you could hedge the upside a little bit if you really wanted to. VIX going higher this week. They've been failing miserably at keeping it down in the overnight session so far. They should have an easier time keeping VIX down into the back half of the week. But then they're going to be fighting back against, OPEC's expiration and possibly continued fall in prices. So I think we're past most of like the big international surprises. I don't think there's much left this week on that side. We've got Japanese inflation tomorrow. And then yeah, not much on Friday either. So like probably not a lot more surprises in overnight volatility. China's probably going to continue to drop, but I'm sure it'll find some stability at some point. So I would say probably a little easier to keep vol under control as the week progresses. Are you considering entering regardless on a failure of 475? 76. I have 75, 70 debit spreads, but gamma neutral's not really at that level anymore. So yeah, I would be waiting for like a failure of 70 or 70 or 66 before I got into anything on the put side. But yeah, I'd probably get in regardless of earnings. I might hedge a bit just so I don't get blown up by surprise earnings. How do you go about a situation like this? Okay, win YOLO on 2D puts and win blow up because YOLO. Aren't you already like balls deep into Vega plays? Is it worth selling BCS on SPX going into the SLD or too late for an entry? I mean, generally speaking, you would have wanted to sell them before we saw downside. It's kind of late for that now, right? Usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is we see like a pump going into SLD, but we didn't because Germany's economy's in the toilet and so is China's. Have you looked into OKE? Yeah, I checked them out a little bit. Back when I was looking into UGI. I didn't dig super deep on it, but I forget what it was. I don't have my notes readily available, but I could probably look at their financials and tell you pretty quickly. Yeah, I didn't like their their total liabilities. Net debts at 21 billion and current liabilities aren't too bad, but they have a lot coming up. I believe it's in 2025. So it really depends on if you think rates will be down substantially by then or not. And I think one of the things UGI had over this was that most of their like debt maturation is out in like 2027. Any news on PayPal? None that I heard. What do you mean? It's I mean, it's like down almost 1% today. Oh, I don't know. You're talking like on the like the 1 minute time frame. That someone bought some. 10x volume candles. I mean, it could just be like an options position moving, or someone bought some shares on the lit exchange. Might be covered calls pulling back. 4,700 unlikely. There's too many sold puts there. There's a shitload of sold puts at 47.50, and we fell right through that too. Yeah, I don't think that prevents us from going down. I'm sure it's doing well. Thanks to the recommendation. I didn't recommend it. I just said it looked like shit. It was gonna go down. Does your wife know that you're trading stocks while Ubering? Don't blow up her fucking kitchen remodel, all right, Bips? Because I'll tell on you. I'm pretty sure you recommended not playing it. Yeah, vaguely. It's still kind of risky with Nvidia being all over the place. Once we break through 40, how much put capitulation is likely? I'm not sure we're gonna break through 40. Even if we do, probably not very much. Maybe the like far out of the money shit, like down by 4,700. But like 35, 30 have increased put interest over the last like 30 minutes. I guess we see a little bit of puts falling off below 47.20, but this could build right back up again if we slide. 47.20, 25 is kind of a resistance. We should expect a little bit of struggle with that level. But if we break through it, especially if we pick up momentum on a break through it, it can mean that it's a little easier to break down from 4,700. Today I managed to use stops for the first time, and I made $100 on calls this morning. Unfortunately, after getting stopped out of the calls, I full ported the rest of the settled cash into puts. So now the 100 is negative 25, but if we fail, I'm getting windiest today. Okay. Well, that's one way of looking at it. So I think we're getting a little bit closer to a point where we may start to see. Yeah, we're probably going to start to see the upside momentum fade here. Possibly just sell off. Hmm. How long is that gonna take? Let's say a little while longer. Maybe over like the next hour. Hour? Uh, 45 minutes. Let's say 45 minutes to an hour. As long as nothing changes substantially. So now we're kind of starting to get to the point where the out of the money call interest is starting to fall off that had built up. So yeah, a little less push from the bull side. I think bears are pretty well positioned to capture a drop here. Like a rejection on this could drag us all the way down to 47.20 pretty quickly. Four degrees here in Tennessee. Hold on. I have no idea what temperature it is outside. It was fucking cold as shit this morning. It looks like it's 19 here right now. What book reference is most helpful for you in identifying long-term value positions or stocks? Hmm. I don't know which one specifically. I think probably like securities analysis. Um, is what I would consider the most important foundation for value analysis. Although it's dated, it's still applicable. If you were in New York this weekend, given the weather, what would you recommend doing? Staying the fuck inside? It's 45 here in California. So chilly, I had to put socks on today. 54. That's okay. We have water, so we're gonna win the long game. Yeah, I don't know. Do something indoors. Fucking, I mean, it's not like there's a lot to do outside in New York City anyway, but try to avoid spending too much time outside. 19 is cold as fuck, so. If you were homeless in New York City, given the weather, what would you recommend doing? Probably find like a shelter to stay at so you don't freeze to death. If you were born again as a zebra in the Detroit Zoo, but all your memories from this life, how would you go about handling that? Probably just be pretty depressed. I don't know, maybe it's really cool being a zebra in a zoo. Probably not, yeah. But no predators, right? Yeah. Like you don't have to like cross a river full of crocodiles ever in your life. Seems like winning compared to what other zebras have to deal with. Can bears do a violent upside V for a change? I mean, bears are generally what drives Vs. You mean downside? Do zebras get to watch the market? Probably not. It was negative 36 the other night in Montana. Well, you wanted to live there, right? So, I don't know. I feel like this is your fault. Downside V? You mean a drop? I think, again, I think bears are well positioned for a move to 47.20. What do you do in Montana? You just like drink in the back of pickup trucks, shoot shit, ride around on quads. You and like the 4 people that you know. Raise cattle. Ugh. That's a disgusting fucking job. Ride the quad to the mailbox. Watch you all day and wish I wasn't poor. Fair enough. Anything the Bulls can do to upset the drop? I'm getting PTSD from a $60 God candle. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else I can say besides the the bullish momentum is starting to wane. We're starting to slip the uptrend, which means we're probably going to see at least a partial breakdown in the bear flag. And there's a bunch of puts between the current price and 47.20. They're forgiving dating their cousins. Mm. Do donuts in the Walmart parking lot. You can do that anywhere. My friend has family in Montana, and when he visits, that's exactly what they do. I can't imagine that people would choose to live like that in the middle of nowhere. I don't think zebras care if they date their cousin. You're still on the zebra thing, huh? All my puts are below 47.20. Thanks. Doing donuts in a gravel parking lots is probably more difficult. Are there parking lots gravel at the Montana Walmarts? If you're into stargazing, you mean looking at the sky? To be fair, those people feel the same way about people living in New York, I'm sure. Yeah, but that's because they're uneducated and they live in fucking Montana. Also, zebras go inside in a heated area. Ooh, nice. I used to think I wanted that. Now I think I want all my cushy conveniences all the time. Exactly. The further you live away from other people, the more work you have to do for yourself. That's not harsh. Go look up Montana's fucking general education scores. Dude, I grew up with no electricity and geothermic warm springs for some radiant heat and a killer garden and greenhouse. That sounds like the worst experience ever. Like a cave person. Only 30% of the state is above a grade 8 level in math. Although their reading scores are better than Arkansas and Alabama, 35% of adult readers above a grade 8 level. You don't need algebra to count cows, Gork. What if you're missing cows and you need to know how many you're missing? That's what Chat GPT is for. Bulls are going for gold. Yeah. Resistance? Should be resistance. They're making the V happen. Are they? Eh. They broke 40, but not 45 or 50. We can test the upside of the trend, you know. That's why I drew it there. Stop them, please. Why? I don't think it matters that much. Let's see. 5 years up 2%, 2 years up 2.93. 20 and 30 aren't up very much today, but the 10 years almost above 4.1. What's this? Did you? Thank you, Popcorn Trader. I'm glad to know that I'm really glad to know that you can use Chat GPT to find your missing cattle. Hmm. Oh, interesting. A little bit above resistance. Kind of bearish if we fall back through that. Interesting. $47.38. 57. Oh, that was at the right spot. Pornhub is banned in Montana? What? You literally can't access it without a VPN? Who would vote for that? GameStop closing fulfillment centers in York. RC playing 4D chess and will deliver everything from his garage and be the sole customer service support. MOASS supposed to be close, guys. Uh, more puts at resistance? A little bit. Actually, I'd say that there's more call selling here than there is put buying. Selling like the 50-60 spread. You know, Dow's actually pretty stable today. That's surprising. Yeah, Microsoft only down 30 BPS. I believe the Bears have lost their testicles due to the cold. I don't think bulls survive the cold super. I don't think bulls are better in the cold than bears. Bears have fur. Keep climbing or ejection. It really depends on if call interest picks up here or not. We're just above monthly, like the monthly gamma neutral. Although that's probably a little higher now. They need to keep shorting and buying puts. Otherwise, the momentum's gonna fall off. If they don't keep buying, like the momentum will die because the market maker is not buying the dip, right? We're still way below gamma neutral on the monthly contract. Sell off? I mean, I think it could, yeah, but like I said, it's probably still like another 30 minutes or so. Until then, just more violent chop. Rather than buy a 0 DTE, I bought a new PS5 controller. It's a fancy one. Ooh, nice. Do you own a PS5? Or just you're gonna use it on your computer? London close in 17 minutes. Yeah. Yes, you have a PS5, or yes, you have a, you're gonna use it on your computer. My computer is 12 years old. Never mind. Rather than spend 3,500 on a new computer, I spent the 500 on a PS5. You don't have to buy a $3,500 computer. 15 is fine, right? Back in the day, this computer was the shit. In Montana, when you Google Pornhub, it just redirects you to 23andMe to find out who your cousins are. I don't think there's a lot of cousin fucking in Montana because your cousins live 500 miles away, but in the same state. That's more prevalent in those tight knit southern communities. The Appalachia. How did that guy say it? Yeah. Appalachia, right? A 1K computer will outperform a console. Yeah, but a $500 one won't. I traded a $300 mini computer. It's smaller than a grilled cheese, a regular grilled cheese, not a Squam's grilled cheese. Thanks for clarifying. Ripple's really trying to buy up this dip. Hmm. I just play League of Legends on my phone. All right. Can you do that? My work computer is a monster. Too bad I use it to hang out here and occasionally play solitaire. I've always wondered why some cultures take on multiple wives. I read a paper about that once, and it seems to have been more prevalent in areas where the female birth rate was higher. Too many daughters, not enough husbands. We're talking thousands of years ago, obviously, but Wild Rift is the phone version. It's not bad. I've never played it. I don't need that kind of toxicity in my life. We almost accidentally ended one of our biggest customers. Part went flying out of the saw, beelining right at the group. Is everyone okay? Probably also needed more kids to help on the farm. Yeah, that's. There's probably, I mean, there's definitely a grim reality to it. My goal is to have multiple wives. I'm not sure about the birth rates though. Birth rates are the same, but boys be doing dumb things. Yeah, well, sometimes all the men in one place would like to get together and kill each other. That happened a lot throughout history. So it was a pretty frequent issue. Still happens, actually. Is that a bull flag? I guess technically, yeah, it still is. Although it's not looking good. It's consolidated a little bit too long. Like it failed its initial consolidation range and then fell lower. So that's usually not a good sign. I made a song about it, in fact. Everyone's good, thankfully. Otherwise, I'd be filling out a police report right now. Is that part of your job description? Is the worst part erasing the like 0 accidents, 0 days since the last accident sign? This has all kinds of shit like paddles, adjustable trigger depth, Sony native settings for stick response curves, whatever. Maybe the paddles will be cool. We'll see. I'm I'm very happy for you, Dorig, because of how happy this has made you. Whack it down with a stick. Just be patient. And if you don't have enough theta to be patient, well, you fucked up. My 2D puts would like a couple of nice big red candles in the not too distant future, please, and thank you. We're slowly getting towards maybe something like that. It could take a while. Old Gregorius, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go.
It's because I'm on the safety committee, so I actually take it very seriously, especially since I lost my pinky at my old job. I'm worse than popcorn, complaining about green candles. That sucks.
On a CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade traders.
Do you have like a fake pinky that you wear? Or is it just...
The Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I would bring it up in every single safety meeting. I'd be like, this is what could happen to you. You know, like... Turn the music down. It's a little loud. It's not that bad. Hello, Josh Reynolds. Dork, when are they gonna stop buying shit? Two of the pink, none in the stink. Oh, look at me. I'm trying to make sure no one gets murdered by machines. Missed opportunity for a World Star Hip Hop video, though. My dad's best friend lost his entire arm in a factory in India, still immigrated to Canada, and started a taxi company. The guy's a legend. I really do. I'm like, do this or you'll look like this. They don't pay you enough to make up for your finger being gone. That's true. I would like you to look at SPCE and tell me what you think. Are they still trying to put overpriced planes into orbit? It doesn't look great. I'm not sure there's enough money, like free liquidity floating around in the system for something like this to pump. Why? What's your interest in it? Do you think that we need like suborbital travel? Or that there is maybe a demand for suborbital travel? This isn't a secret top, it's the same top. Secret top would be if we retest the upside of the trend again. Or go to 47.55, right? 47.60. That would be the secret top. But now that we're aware of the secret top, does it even exist? Branson said he was done putting money into SPC. Too bad for all that money that he'd already put in it. Are we not on the verge of a breakout? No. We're kind of nearing the top of the bear flag. I guess that could be on the verge of a breakout. Although, statistically, it's more likely to break down than up. I bought Ford shares. I'm investing in a suborbital transportation company. I would like to stop testing tops. If you don't test the tops, how do you test the bottoms? You can't have one without the other, Gen. Now I kind of just hope this sells off super hard. All it takes is one rocket blowing up for demand for that travel to die. No, you don't even need a rocket to blow up. There's just no fucking demand for that travel. Jesus Christ. The fucking bullish bears. It's the worst. It won't be the first time a bear flag's broken down in 84 years. We bear flagged through like the first half of yesterday and then broke down into the second half. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is stranded at Davos after his Boeing jet broke down. Fitting. What about OI has changed? Are we looking any more bullish? There's a bit more out of the money call interest. There's not a ton of put capitulation. There was a big spike in call side buying on that last like leg up, but it doesn't look like it's getting them anywhere. So they're gonna need to buy again or buy closer to the money. Like I said, it's a lot harder when no one's buying the dip. I'm glad about 2 DT and not 0 DT today to get through this chop, as you suggested. Thanks. It's helpful. We closed the Vixpiration opening gap. We didn't close this morning's gap. Not even fucking close. We're $34 from the top of the gap. Ooh, Tesla's losing 213 again here. Sold my first credit spread here. SPY 470, 475. I'll be sure to entertain you with dumb questions on how to manage a spread throughout the day. The beauty of spreads is there's not a lot of work to do. Which GNDN is more important, SPX or SPXW? SPX by a long shot. That's far larger. Well, QQQ dumping lead the breakdown. Very well could, yeah. Wait, you can sell options? Believe it or not, yes. Return doesn't feel worthwhile. Let's see. Call and put interest is pretty flat here. Still a bunch of calls at 47.50. I think if we lose 40, we'll probably see those calls fall off. Or gamma neutral. Oh, that's fucking stupid, Carl. Are you gonna buy calls below delta neutral? What a fucking slog. Yeah, it's gonna be. I think we still have like 30, 30 more minutes of this bullshit. Maybe it's not that long. No. Maybe like 15 more minutes of this bullshit. NVIDIA is unstoppable. Isn't it still down like $4 today? Are you just talking about its bounce from 47? It's ridiculous. I'll give it that. $30 more minutes before SPX takes a nosedive. No, it's not quite 30. And it's not necessarily going to be a nosedive, but we'll probably start losing upside momentum. Well, we already are losing a bit of upside momentum, but we'll lose more. Ooh. Wall Street bets pushing DWAC? Of course they are. We didn't lose enough money on it 2 years ago. Have you got some secret tool that helps you estimate these time frames? Or are you just one with the markets? I'm just one with the markets. It's the ultimate zen. I called Nvidia green at open, but blew all of my available money on IWM and SPY pits. Nice. Yeah, usually when Nvidia experiences a reversal, you start to see sold calls pull back like first thing in the morning. And so it tends to have like really, really big bounces. So like if Nvidia is down overnight, usually first thing, unless it falls through like a major sold call level, you usually see all the sold calls ripped back first thing in the morning and then replaced throughout the day. That's part of how they keep like volatility on it high, and keep harvesting. I like, well, keep selling vol on it. $20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. today. Yeah, but it's very small. It's a very small auction. I think it's like 13 billion or something. 47.30, 1 DTE, too little theta, you think? I mean, it's enough theta for today. It's definitely not enough theta for tomorrow, though. So it's probably not something you'd want to hold overnight. This is fucking ridiculous. So I got a little bit more. Big fucking pump on Netflix. Honestly, QQQ looks a bit more bearish than SPX. You cutting calls? No. I'm not really doing anything right now. I was just putting some stops on puts in case it breaks up. I don't think I'm worried about it, but it's a good safety measure. Gamma neutral's right here. For a long-term investor, would you suggest QQQ over SPX? No. I think QQQ's like already realized most of the full extent of its breadth. I would say it's significantly more overvalued than S&P and less defensive too. Any ideas on why the Daily V on Netflix sold calls pulling back? This is like you're gonna see this on a lot of the like Mag 7 and mega cap tech. Is that, you know, if you get an overnight drop, you'll get like a morning rise, or if you get a midday drop, you know, you'll get a bounce out of that. And what a lot of this is pulling back sold calls. So they sell calls, you know, on the top, right? And then after it falls away and those calls are profitable, they close them, and then they sell new calls, and that kind of walks vol down. That's part of the dispersion trade. Like, that's part of having all, like, the advantage of having all of the volatility in the market flow into the underlying, is that you can sell vol on the underlying. That's why I've been selling so many like calls on like Apple and not Nvidia right now, but usually Nvidia, um, Tesla, AMD. These dip buys, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, they're part of it's part of the magic. Oh, God damn it. Ugh. Getting a increase in put interest at 47.40, and the 47.50 put wall is growing a bit. Why is Netflix 475 lava? It's just a little shitload of OI there. So it's just like a big options wall. Quadruple top on SPX. Let's make a quintuple re. How about it just finally fails? Alright, that's starting to turn around on longer time scales. We'll get a little bit more bearish there on the 1 minute. How's ES? ES finally failing the test of 47.75 with a little bit of volume. Not a ton. We want to see volume pick up here. Probably won't pick up till we fall below 47.70 ES, but below 47.70 ES it should pick up. About right on time. "15 minutes are up." Well, let's see where this takes us. You're a wizard. A call hedge just got stopped out. Hey, 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 whoa, whoa, whoa. What the fuck? Bear flags are supposed to break up. Incorrect. Yeah, we just lost 40. Well, yeah, we just lost 40. We haven't lost GN yet, though, which is arguably more important. The accuracy of this SACAD never ceases to amaze me. Like I said, one with the markets. Sometimes I feel like some of you are using me as your little alpha engine, and I don't appreciate it. There's more to me than centaur magic. Lies, you love it. Don't let him fool you with his quote predictions. It was 30 seconds out this time. Fail. Well, hold on. Are you counting from the first red candle or the last green candle? Because that makes all the difference in the world. So downside test 47. 47.32 is gonna maybe be some resistance. After gamma neutral. Obviously gamma neutral can act as resistance as well. I think the next resistance on the drop is going to be like 30, like 32, like right around there. But if we break that, we can just start going down hard. These little motherfuckers. Thanks, Brendan and Ella's fun adventures. Yeah, 32 is the next resistance. After that, like 25-20 are both possible resistances. Still have to lose this level though. This is really important. So far, I would say it looks pretty good. We're probably going to see a little bit of put interest pick up here. If we haven't already. Yeah, not too much actually. Well, we're starting to see put interest pick up. 35-30 strikes. A little bit of the 25. Not enough volume. There's already a shitload of puts on the chain. I don't think they need to add a lot more. And there's actually pretty decent volume on futures. Futures still has like another 4 more minutes before the 15 candle closes, and it's already almost in excess of like the peak volume. Remember that like volume here is probably going to pick up more under like 47.65. So like if this fails, that's where you'd see the big volume. But volume picked up a little bit when we lost 70, so there is some sell side pressure there. Also, probably the effect of like falling below GN can drive volume, but we're not there yet. We're not below GN. I think we might see 20 today. I mean, if we break 47.65 with momentum, we could see like 47.10, 47.05. Those definitely aren't out of the question. Well, kind of like an idea for like max range. I would say that's probably about where that is. I'd like this to drop more so I can go to Home Depot and buy ice melt during lunch. Why is oil nosediving, e.g., global China demand destruction, Suez Canal irrelevant? No, the Suez Canal's pretty relevant. I think we're starting to see the effects of that in the Empire State Manufacturing Report, although that was also driven by a large number of, or a significant amount of reduced orders. So a little bit of both. The effects of like the Suez Canal on inflation have not been felt yet, but they will be. You know what's dropping? Mara. It's almost like owning a giant Bitcoin mining operation into a halving is not a great idea. I have these buy one put get 10 pips down coupons. Where do I redeem them? At the money. You can tell all of that by just looking at TradingView charts. Thought you had some secret fancy indicators somewhere. I have lots of secret fancy indicators everywhere. They only have like 15k BTC. Thank you, Dork. They only have like 15k BTC, Gherk. Their market cap is 4x higher than it should be. Yeah. Why do miners go public so they can dump their bags on at the IPO? Or so they can get more financing. But probably just so they can dump their bags at the IPO. Can I interest you in the new shitcoin, NatGas? So we chop here a bit more and then break down more. Ideally, that's the series of events I would like to see play out. I think 47.70 on futures is presenting a little bit of resistance, as it should, right? Between the market makers, like positive and negative hedge, but I think ultimately we'll probably lose this level. We may not be done with the upside of GN yet, but getting close. $47.10 SPX. That'd be like 38.40 ES. But I think that like if that happens, that's kind of like as probably as far as this could push today without a significant shift in the current options interest. The thing about that though is if like a shitload of puts pile in, right? That could be driven further. It's just those puts aren't on the chain right now, so I can't really say whether they'll show up or not. That's some sort of cute little bear flag. It's actually an inverse wedge. So it's like the opposite of the bullish one. Pendulum is your options flow data. I don't look at a lot of flow data, but real time. And just looking at options volume doesn't really tell you anything. It's kind of worthless. So there we get a little bit of volume with the hedge flipping, like we talked about. Now we're looking for that 47.65 ES test. And a break below that definitely could get more bearish. Blue looks great on you. And how much do you get paid not to cover GME anymore? Shockingly, $0. I still cover GME. I said it's gonna probably go to like $12 to $8 over the next couple months. But thank you for the blue shirt compliment. I just got off my shift at fucking Best Buy, so you know. I'm so glad GME is not on the screen anymore. I could chip in a few bucks not to cover GME. I have puts on GME. I'll pay you not to. Kicked you off the Geek Squad desk. Fucking politics, you know, man. I loved the part today. You repeated multiple times where the top was and then the drop is. Yeah, I try to keep people as informed as possible so that they can make good decisions. It doesn't work, but at least that way I can sleep at night knowing I did my part. 12 to 18 over the next couple of months. How are you not giving us tick by tick updates? No. 12 to 8. 12 to 8, not 18. 18 would infer that there was upside. On the scary side, how many YouTube finfluencers actually work at Best Buy? Probably all of them. Who handles returns at CBOE? I have some contracts that are dead. I want refunded. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are GME Daily Greeks still relevant? Sure. When there's something of relevance there, they are. You know, last time GME ran, when like 3 days before it ran, I bought a bunch of out of the money calls, and I was like, they're gonna cash settle some ETFs, and GME's gonna go up, and then I made a bunch of money, and then that's how you play GME. I like to give people all the information so I can say, I told you so when they do dumb stuff. Yeah, that too. There's no small part of it is in fact also that. Thanks, Gherk Alpha. Made some monies already. Congratulations, Ryan Cohn. Thank you so much, man. Are you kidding me? I was able to make a great decision of diamond handing 47.25, 0 DTs. Okay, that decision questionable. Watch out for VIX 15. VIX 15 might be a stronger resistance than anything on the SPX. I'll have you know, all I did was add puts and roll up the entire grind up. Is this what you meant? Not exactly. Will VIX breach 15 again today? If we lose 30, I think so. We might not even need to lose 30. I think if we just keep dropping. There's so many fucking sold puts down here at every strike. It's just like it's gonna put pressure on VIX as we drop no matter what. Bigger pressure on VIX at like 25, 20, 15, 10, 4700 where there's higher concentrations of sold puts. Can we still get a bounce? I mean, yes, but it's not looking great. I would definitely be cautious of the potential for a bounce through most of this range until we start to slip some delta neutrals. We can get really violent bounces. JFirst is going wild in the Discord. He found a bread tie, like the thing that you tie a bag of bread closed with, or a tie with bread on it. Because my high school chemistry teacher had a tie that was a baguette, and he wore it every time we took a test. I'm buying that now. Those are load-bearing puts. Was the tie on test day to remind his students to do well in school so that they didn't end up like him? Maybe. He was actually pretty well off. He'd had some like chemical patent that he sold to 3M when he got out of college. And he retired, and then like in his like late 40s he started teaching like high school chemistry. So he got that bread. Exactly. Exactly. That was a little violent for no reason. Some stop loss hunting before we break 30. Yeah, there's still plenty of downside momentum here. I would watch out for us like a bigger stop loss hunt as we approach that 32 level where I said we could find resistance. So I mean this may be the test, but we might get another one. In this range, watch out for a turnaround. Should I just take my profits on this? or wait it out. 35. So I'm gonna go out of the money a little bit here. Really not pricing down the put very much given the size of the bounce. Yeah, that was about VIX 15. So yeah, 32 and VIX 15. I think I'm going to stay in my put though. I can take like an 80-cent hit on that, right? Ooh. I'm going to stop on this that I need to move. That was the extent of the stop loss. That's super bearish. So stop loss hunt. Yeah, so futures nailed that 65 test. Kind of hard to see. Let me zoom in so you can see it. See, tested here right on the trends. Little bounce, right? But this can fail. So if this continues down, it's pretty bearish. Unlikely to see a reversal off of this. At least not like a strong one. Like we might see this like bounce, retest 70, and then back down. It still hasn't retested 70 yet. Maybe 75, which would be like that. But I think it actually looks kind of more on the bearish side. The fact that it failed to break GN on the big push up is probably not a good sign for bulls. $4,700 incoming today. Not yet. That's I don't know. We need a lot more put interest to come into the downside for that to happen, I think. I'd just like a test of 25. Is that too greedy? Yeah, that I don't think is ridiculous. I think we could definitely see 25 or 20. Or maybe even like 15. There's a decent amount of put interest at 15. Very few call walls. I would say the most relevant call wall is probably at 30. Below that, not much. At least on the 0DT side. There's a part of SAX that yes, flatline into close. That's not very likely. I don't think we're range bound by anything here. Yeah, I mean, a breakout to the upside could see a decent move if it was able to clear 47.45, and then a break to the downside of 32 opens up a lot of range too. So it's if we got stuck, we'd have to stay right here. That's really not likely because the concentration of interest is out of the money. If this was like 25 or 50, then I might agree, but the time doesn't matter so much as the positioning. I made 90% on my whole portfolio small port. Nice, man. Well done. If you had to move to Florida, which part of Florida would you live? I'm thinking about relocating to Tampa or Melbourne, coastal Miami, or just north of Miami, wherever the rich people live. Do you feel 25% stop loss is too tight on a $20 out of the money option? My 25p was 330. I stopped out at 250 at the very peak of that last run up. I mean, you should probably take a look at your option when you approach a resistance like that. And if you're expecting a reversal or something, you should usually ease back on your stop a little and then tighten once a direction is picked, right? So, I used to actually have an algo that did this for IBKR, but it doesn't work anymore because they kept updating the platform. But basically, as price approached a resistance, it would trail the stop, right? But then as price approached resistance, it would pull the stop back, right? And then when volume ticked up, it would pull the stop to spot, right? So if price broke out, then it would continue to just trail up. And then if price broke down, you'd get stopped out immediately. But you can do that manually as well. I said rich, not French. There's no French people in Florida. Gross. Not the French people, Florida. That's what they would say. That's sick, actually. It was when it used to work. No, I don't think they're an important part of being a trader. At that point, you're just saving fractions fractions of percentages, right? It's probably important if you're trading shitloads of volume, but I don't think that's anything anyone here needs to worry about right now. Mostly what it did while I had it was open up my time to like do the stream. I didn't really use it a lot before because I felt like doing it manually netted better results. Algos are almost usually are worse than just doing it yourself, um, unless they're extremely well tuned. But yeah, it opened up a lot of my time to manage other things, right? So I could have more trades open and manage more positions simultaneously. That's one of the problems I've had with like the stream account is I don't pay a lot of attention to it. Back when I was like only GME, I was paying attention to it all day. But nowadays, yeah, it's just it's too hard. So I've been trying to pay more attention to the stream accounts and stop blowing them up because it's just really irresponsible. I'm sure you could have a nerd do an update to the algo for you, probably. But again, I don't think it's that valuable. It's just like I can do it myself. I have hotkeys to move stops and stuff, so it's really doesn't take me much effort to do it. Hotkeys are probably important if you're day trading. You're trading against other algos, yes, but you're not trading at the same scale as them. They don't really give a shit. Maybe on like larger futures positions, you'll get hunted by the MM, but it's gonna you really need a big position to have the MM go after you on SPX. $47.20 imminent. That's looking good. All right, I think I can comfortably move this into a range where I can take profit now. I'm gonna give it a little room though. If we lose 30, we have a lot of range. That's 30 is the last call wall. After that, there's very little downside defense. I think VIX 15 is gonna break. 25 on the longer dated options with the short dated gamma could overwhelm it. What's a big position on SPX? 100, 200 contracts. And up. Some paper-handed goof came in and sold my puts on the stop hunt. He's not good at this. I've been in PIP meetings all week. I think they're onto us, Gherk. Have we seen the de-risking Vega behavior we saw before the last big drop in August, September? We're just starting to. Just a little bit, but yeah. Yesterday we saw some Vega de-risked on both chains. It's very minute, but it's there. We'll see today. We may see significantly more Vega de-risked across both chains. GME to 10 in the next. So there's resistance at 1250. Below 1250, it could drop pretty hard. I think 10 because of the psychological level, but there's a little bit of support at 11.
If we get like multiple rounds of shorting like we got in the last cycle, where like they shorted it all the way down, then XRT flipped a reg show and they fucking shorted the shit out of it again, then we could see like $8. Are you in futures or equities? What do you mean? I have both. Generally, my futures trades are swings. I usually don't day trade futures unless I'm like short ranges, unless it's like after hours or I'm really fucking bored intraday. Is 30 looking like it will break? I think so. I like the momentum. We may pull back up and retest 32 first, but yeah, I think it'll break. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. No, not breakfast. Just Amazon. Fucking cat litter. Count Gherkula, I'm printing. Congratulations, man. I'm not littering cats. That it's litter for the cat to shit in. As I understood, you were talking about your algos. I asked if they were in futures or stocks. Oh, equities. Those were options. I had a similar one for futures, but I think I lost it when I switched out my old hard drive. The ones on futures are far easier to build. A little bit of a pushback here. I really hope we don't find support here. We shouldn't. Futures failed below the trend. So I think just retesting the trend, and then we could see a continued failure. So I'm going to move my stop back a little, because I don't want to get blown out on a hunt. Although maybe I dodged it anyway. I know we're at VIX 15, but I think VIX 15 is gonna fail. I think we're gonna see it move above 15. 2 words, litter robot. Yeah. I know all about it. J Fresh told me about that like immediately upon getting a cat. No, I never named him. He doesn't need a name. It's ridiculous. Yo, Gringotts, the Wizard Bank. Win VIX to 20. 15's a lot closer than 12. Yeah, I've had the cat. I pulled the cat up and put him on stream before. Now he spends all his time hiding under my couch, though. Is the offering of options discretionary? Yeah, and also due to the demand and liquidity in the underlying. Yeah, no new options have been offered on Express since the reverse split. I'm well aware. That's why I own it. I think it's still undervalued. It's just the market has yet to realize that. I think Beyond can still see more shorting. As long as IWM's dropping, liquidity will come in for them to short it. I think once we see IWM reverse, we'll probably see Beyond go back on reg show. But you know, right now indexes are falling, so I don't worry about it too much. I said puts on Jimmy. I said puts on Jimmy back before it fell below delta neutral. I don't think I'd want them now. There's not enough range left. Well, at least not a lot of range till it hits gamma neutral. It's like fucking $1.50 now. How long until we lose 30? No idea. Probably not very long. And momentum's already flowing to the put side, so our VIX is back above 15. Like, yeah, I mean, I think it's just gonna keep pushing. Like we already bounced back and retested the trend on futures. That's over. Right. So now futures is starting to fail. Right. So it came back, retested, failing. So now we're looking like futures 47.58, which is the prior low for today, or possibly lower. So we could be looking along like this trend. Let's start from there. I started to lose 30 right here. A lot of stop loss hunting. Although it doesn't really seem to be affecting the in the money contract very much. Probably more stop loss hunting on the 30 contract. Also, maybe the call wall closing out. I think I want to ready to move my stop up a little bit here. Netflix looks like it's going to take a move for 47.25 again, or 475 again. Broke out above VWAP, starting to fail. Support at 78 and then 75. Tesla's still kind of grinding down in the bottom range. I hope that's not accumulating calls into the end of the week. Might be. Beyond's actually recovering a little bit of the overnight drop today. Whatever happened with Top? Just broke out this morning and then flat. All right, so VIX is still inching up. I think we're seeing not a lot of puts coming in, but plenty of puts from 30 to 20. So, if the call wall breaks, I think a pretty immediate move to 47.20. I don't think there's much standing in the way of that. I'm not sure that the call wall is sufficient to keep this supported for long. So it both looks like we're gonna lose the level and also probably see a bigger move down. Still be cautious. This you never know. Start recovering back above 30. We'll just start selling some fucking something on BTU pretty soon. That's QQQ up 3% today. Ooh, Fubo's almost back below 250. Nice. Guess who's not getting assigned? This guy. I got QQQ at VWAP. That's probably important. This 30 level is just awful. It's not that bad. Fucking relax. It's been like less than 20 minutes. The awful part will be if we double test the trend on futures. Or create another bottom. Fucking consolidation, right? And on the 0 DTE side, there's really no support below this. Cat getting whacked. Yeah, Dow's finally starting to give some ground, so RSP's falling too. So a little bit of the supportive breadth that came in this morning and helped with the help sustain this bear flag is kind of falling away. Which is good. Yeah, it's good. Well, it's good if you have pets. Not so great if you're long here. Do you have any data on whether playing Salt and Pepper's Push It will help push the price down here? I think even just mentioning it probably would. Man, I really overpaid for that put this morning. All right, a little bit of profit taking on the put side. That should wear off in a second. I don't think there's going to be enough profit taking to break the momentum so soon. QQQ broke below VWAP. We got VIX now 1512. You see, this is something I talked about earlier in the week about like acceptable loss range, right? If you want to continue to follow a trend, you need to give the price action some breathing room. Otherwise, you're gonna get stopped out on every fucking candle like that, right? And you don't want that. You want to be able to, because like the trend is also going to pick up volatility the longer it continues, right? Like trends tend to be fairly tight and then they consolidate and then they pick up volatility before they continue down, right? And you don't want to get stopped out on this if you want to continue to follow the trend. So like, while it'd be perfectly acceptable for me to take 82% profits here, I do want to continue to follow the trend because I think price action can ultimately go down further, but you've got to give that trend some breathing room, right? So you have to have a range of acceptable loss on the profits you've already made. Now, don't get me wrong, you can start to capture some of those as you're right? So like, here and here, once you've, confirmed that the trend's going to continue, then you can start to like move your stop in a little bit tighter. But having your stop like right at the money, and trying to continue to follow the trend will probably just be worse than if you just sold at the peak. Like, I mean, since I bought this back here, I've taken several like 20% drawdowns, right? And pullbacks. But I'm still in the put after all this time, right? Because I did give it that breathing room. And so now I get to realize the maximum potential for this trend. And that's ideally, at a very high proficiency level, that's what you're aiming for, right? Is to try to maximize the profitability in the position you buy. But if you're way too tight on every resistance, you're just gonna get blown up every time it tests like another $5 range. So I'm like, I could get stopped out here, right? Like I'm only 70%, 70 cents away from just getting stopped out. Now I'm 30 cents away from getting stopped out, right? But and I'll probably pull this back a little because I do think this can continue. But you have to be willing to give up that like $1.70, right, in premium in order to continue to follow the trend. And sometimes you just get, I'm gonna get stopped out here. Like almost guarantee it. Yeah. Hard to watch 17% of a full port go away like that. I mean, it's really not. Because I gave it that breathing room though, I didn't get stopped out at, $6 premium. I didn't get stopped out at $8 premium, right? I got like $9.50, which was almost 100% gain because I gave it that breathing room on the trend. Actually, up here I would have gotten stopped out at a loss still. This would have been like negative, so it would have been like $4 premium. This was about 8. Yeah, this is some profit taking, which can be expected here. I don't think it's going to be enough profit taking to shift momentum. And this will probably still see a continuation, but over a period of time. So, profits are going to get taken here, then we're going to get new put positions that build up, and that's going to take, anywhere from like 30 minutes to an hour for everything to reposition, depending on how much volume there is at the time. Right. If we start to see an uptick in volume, it can happen a lot faster. On low volume, it takes quite a while. That's kind of something we were dealing with on the upside too, right? Earlier today, when we were up here, this was a very slow, like even from here, this whole range was just a very slow decline in call side interest and momentum, right? So call side interest actually started to fall off on this failure, right? Then a little bit of delta came in and pushed it higher, on the back of some put capitulation here, right? And then this whole thing, right, back to there, was basically just all of the call interest that had built up in this range starting to break down and fall off, right? And then you get the same thing to the downside, right? You get a test, and then you get all the put interest, taking some profits, and that's going to swing prices up. And then puts will reaccumulate, and that can swing prices back down, right? As long as we stay in this bearish range below GN. And to confirm that the range is still bearish, you're looking at that prior resistance. You're looking here at GN, right? And as long as price action doesn't exceed those levels, then there isn't, then it's likely that momentum is going to continue in the same direction. Whereas if we, bounce back through GN, that's going to be, bullish into the end of the day, right? GN is a monthly GN on the SPX chains of 47.38.57. It's literally that blue line. Are you able to set orders, stops on the chart? Yeah, so you can do it if you open up the chart for the contract, which is what this is, right? This is the SPXW Jan 17 47.35 P. That's the chart for the options contract. So on that chart, yeah, you can adjust stops on WeBull. I think TOS has something similar to that, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Fidelity fucking sucks comparatively for day trading. Fidelity's a good brokerage. They're just only good for certain things. Trade armor is really useful, but you have to become proficient with it, and it's a pain in the ass to use. Anything going on with BTU? I want to sell some CCs, but I'm not sure if it's a good time. I probably would have started selling CCs before we went into all the data from China, but there could still be some opportunity to sell them there. I'm more interested in CSPs at this point as it starts to fall. I mean, I pretty much almost always have some covered calls open on BTU. But, I mean, it's just testing its lower trend right now. So this is usually where I consider a good opportunity for CSPs, not for CCs. However, with the latest Chinese data, there's definitely a risk that this trend could break. Generally, you want to sell your covered calls in the upper part of the trend, right? Not in the lower. This is a bad time to sell covered calls. This is where you want to sell puts. This is where you want to sell calls. Now, on both of those, right? Like if you're selling, if you're selling calls on this peak, you could get called away on the breakout, right? If you're selling, puts on the low, and this, like, say you're selling puts here, and then this breaks down further, you could get assigned there. But like it does reduce the risk of that happening. It doesn't guarantee anything, but it reduces the risk and increases the potential for profitability on those positions. I mean, that's why you use TA, is to manage risk. On Fubo, I have a 237, 223. 243 is probably more relevant now than 237 is, but 237 is a longer run downside resistance. There's actually a 5-cent range there where the upside of it is support and the downside of it is resistance, but it doesn't really matter. You gonna buy another put? Maybe. I might be close to out of settled cash on this account. Yeah, I kind of am. Maybe not. Bit of a bounce there. Reversal there. Not quite a reversal there yet. So I would say we still have a little bit of upside here. And then we might see this breakdown into the end of the day. Ideally, this will stay below gamma neutral. It's a little bit of a momentum shift, but not an, I don't think it'll be enough. I don't think there's enough put capitulation. Like there's some, right? Like some 25s, 30s, 35s took profit, but and you know, calls are going to buy into that and increase that pressure. But overall, I think not enough of a change. Because at this point here, at, like back at 35, most of the puts have already taken the profit that they're going to take. Right, and so now from here to above GN, the bulls would have to, they would have to, you know, make the rest of the distance up themselves. Is Oxy 55 a good buy-in? I don't think it's bad. But what's oil doing? Let me take a look at Oxy real quick. No, it's not terrible. I'd probably be more interested. Yeah, 55 is not bad. I'd probably set my buy a little higher than 55. But you might, I mean, Berkshire's pretty much bought any drop below 56. I think they've even bought above 57. But like I think most recently they bought it like 56, 66. So if you target 55, you might get, they might buy ahead of you, which is kind of annoying and problematic. Yeah, see, so this failed. So now the bulls need to try to like build up some support here with which to build a position off of. If it keeps failing and we like lose 32 again, lose 30 again, and there is a gap down here, then you know the trend's probably going to start to continue down to a lower low. But like, yeah, remember as these continue, they pick up volatility, right? So you're gonna get bigger moves as gamma falls off through the trend. And this is just on the intraday, but you see how like, you know, this bounce was very flat, and then this bounce had a little more room, and then this bounce had a lot more range, right? Like, that's just going to be the effect of like put gamma falling off as you continue to drop. So then if this fails, right, and we say we move down and break below 25, then the next bounce could be even more significant because even more of the put side interest will have fallen off. Yeah, the bond auctions right now, which is probably part of the reason for the push up. Although it's such a tiny bond auction that I don't see it being super significant. I guess the bulls could leverage it a little bit and try to use it to get above gamma neutral. But it's a really small auction. Yield before auctions 4.415. Actual auction 4.423. So a little bit of a tail. I was hoping for 4,700 today. Let's see if we get it. I think if we break 4,700, it'll probably be end of the week or next week. I don't think it's good that it printed a tail on such a like such a tiny auction. That's really bad, right? Like even just 13 billion in liquidity, and there's issues. There's not demand for 13 billion in the 20-year bond. I don't think that's bullish at all. Yeah, there was a tail. 8 points. It's a pretty fat tail, actually, for such a tiny auction. If you think about it in context. Oh shit, Gherk, I forgot to tell you I'm up 10% today. Profit taking has worked so far. Look at you go, man. Yeah, there might be a little bit of market maker hedging if like Fed fund futures reduces potential for rate cuts further in March. They already dropped to like 50% today, earlier with retail sales. But I guess I don't know if a 13 billion auction on the 20 years really going to change Fed fund futures that much. But if it does, like say they price out another 10% for March, there may be some like hedging that would drive price up a little bit and like over the next like 15 minutes, but it wouldn't last long. And then after that, it would just be bearish. It was a 20-year auction today. We're not green. We're down 65 BPS today. I'm not green yet on 2024, so a ways to go. I think if you keep it up, you'll get there, man. There's no way to see how much theta you'd eat by entering a trade too early, assuming the price stays the same. You can use option strat. Option strat's probably a good tool to have and make use of frequently. Saves a lot of time. Bull's trying to pump regardless. So again, I think there's de-risking that's caused by Fed fund futures possibly repricing a little bit, but I don't think it'll last. So I don't think this is bulls necessarily trying to pump on the back of the fat tail on the auction. I think this is MM's hedging off a little risk before we move down further. Rewatch your comments on the Fubo level a few times. You mentioned 237 plus minus 5 cents. No, it's just plus 5 cents. It's 243 to 237. Swing is support resistance. Yeah, the downside of that level is resistance. The upside of that level is support. So 243 is support, 237 resistance. So look for 243 as relevant near-term support. A break is resistance. A break you'd be looking towards 223 for the next downside support. De-risking eventually turns into pumps, though. That's just the way of the road. Well, I mean, I think it'd be more significant if it was a larger auction. So then I think we'd see like a big de-risking, and that would drive a lot of upside price. But I don't think this auction's big enough to matter. They also need to get into position before power hour, foot and mouth Fed speaker. Yeah, the Fed speaker probably has a better chance of shifting Fed fund futures sentiment than a $13 billion auction. I don't like playing earnings. Weekly of the money options are trading around 5 cents. Okay, that's different. You think it'll have enough range? I guess if they miss hard again. I don't know. Their recent misses have been way too close to the analyst estimates. I guess you could straddle it. I feel like you just get blown up. I'm not pricing in a lot of volatility on the move. Last reported in October. They are up a little bit. Yeah, I guess you could straddle it. It's a cheap straddle. You'd probably just get vol crushed, though, and not swing out of the dollar range, right? At least that's what the market maker is pricing in. Gap fill can still bounce, so not bearish till we break down below the gap fill. Let me see what the MM's pricing on that. I mean, the majority of options interest is really like between like 17 and 18. And I'm not sure. Let's see. So if you did KMI 1750 straddle for Friday. So 1750 straddle. Need about two 2.5% to the downside, 1.5% to the upside. So the market maker's pricing in a bit of the downside move already, so they expect a miss. Looks like they've only priced in 1.2%. Maybe it's better to get the 1 week. Like next Friday straddle. I think the next Friday straddle is better. Although you'll need a bigger move. Then you need 3% down, 2.2 up. Well, that's only by expiration. I guess you only need 2% down, 1% up. But vol's gonna crush, right? So that's gonna drag. Yeah, you probably still need about 3%. What's prior earnings moves? Have they been big enough? 8% on the last earnings. Earnings before that was 6% up. Okay, yeah, it might be a little underpriced. I don't hate it. I'd want to get the best possible pricing on it though. So you really want to get that like entry like right at 1750. Cuz you don't want to well, actually, maybe the put entry now and then the call entry later in the day would be a better setup. I know, I see the red candles. An elevator down, and we need to start. I mean, below delta neutral is really where you start to see big fucking crazy moves down. But we're not far from delta neutral on the monthly contract, right? We're pretty close to that. That's at 47.25, and then we got a lot of range down to like 46.35 for the monthly DN. But we're like right at DN on the monthly. DN on the monthly is at 47.25. So if we break that, that'll start to accelerate our downside range. Yeah, we're probably gonna see monthly delta neutral move rapidly closer to spot. So we'd probably see it rise up towards like 46.50, 46.70. And then below monthly delta neutral, then it can really start to go fast. There would be so much white made if under DN. Today, please, 4600. We still need more 0 DTE put buying for that to happen. Do we usually bounce on the monthly DN? We did earlier. This is our second test of it now. I don't think things flip bullish Monday. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday next week. I think your timeline's a little too accelerated. And honestly, like, this could just be the start of a drop that continues out through March. Especially if data continues to indicate, data and Fed speakers continue to indicate fewer rate cuts than are currently priced in, right? Because we're gonna see, you can't, let me tell you something, Siri. You can't predict everything that's gonna happen based on the options chain alone. As nice as that would be, it's just not possible. I didn't know you knew about Kinder Morgan. I build stuff for them. Don't you build stuff for Hal too? It's a magic 8-ball. Yeah, it's frequently wrong though. You have to take a lot more into account than just positioning. Unfortunately. And macro's having a big effect right now, right? Like we should have tested a higher high before failing this week. But Germany's GDP was fucked. China's retail sales and unemployment are fucked. It's been a hot minute with Hal. So grab some 0 DT calls at 47.25 to hedge. So the benefit of being in this range below GN, right, is that nothing is actually bullish until GN is broken, right? So you don't need to hedge spot. You don't need to hedge like at the money anymore. You gotta start hedging out of the money, which is fucking awesome because it's super cheap to get your hedge, right? And then if there was a crazy reversal, you know, it would have to break GN in order to turn bullish. So, you know, that gives you like a line in the sand where you can, you know, you can build your hedges above that level. Intraday, I mean, there's a really good argument that hedging like 0 DTE options is fucking stupid, and you should just close them. Like I could easily see somebody blowing up more money trying to hedge a 0 DTE contract than they made off the fucking contract. Could it be me? It's definitely you, Lily. I was trying to be nice. Do you think the top is in? No all-time high test. Maybe I'm just used to bulls pushing up no matter what. They seem to get what they want. There's nobody buying the dip now. When we're above GN, all the failures get bought out by the MM, right? But below GN, the MM's not buying shit when we hit a bottom, right? Like they're not buying these dips. So it's entirely on the bulls to turn around price action. And very frequently below GN, all reversals start with put capitulation, right? Otherwise there is no reversal. So unless puts capitulate, right, unless you cross a large level of puts and a significant number of them are in the money and taking profits, it's much like the upside when bulls calls are in the money. They're not gonna close, right? Puts close above positive gamma because the market maker's already buying against them. The puts they're holding are being actively sold, right? And so their premiums are being driven down and their stop losses are getting hit. This is not that environment anymore. Yeah, that's bye-bye delta neutral on the monthly. Jimmy hit 13 by the end of Jan. It could go 1256 is the next resistance to the downside. I don't know when it's gonna hit it. It's still not being shorted very heavily. Also just said I sold my Vega plays way too early. I've been doing a new thing this year called taking profits. I thought you still had more Vega plays. Remember, Costellosaurus, if you sell something, you can always get back into it. You can even get back into it with less exposure, you know, right? If you get a continuation, you can always buy back in. Those options are always for sale. You can always go a little bit more out of the money. You can always, you know, get back in but reduce exposure. Don't forget your 1 DTE put. Oh yeah, thank you. It's barely up. Less PDT than 24 hours. Yeah. That's a thing. I should have sold more calls today. Whatever. Upstart oddly held its own. That's because Nvidia kind of held its own. There's a liquidity relationship between those two assets that is weird. Although I will say it's not as bad as it was earlier in 2023 before Upstart got added to IWM. I thought we would dump into yesterday's close. Still have my Jan 19th 4700 C open, but they're negative 40%. I have a shit ton of puts that print. Should I sell the calls and risk a reversal or be a greedy fuck? 4700 C open, but they're down 40%. Oh, that's an odd option to buy. Can you sell something against it, right? Turn it into a debit spread so you can at least stop the losses. We probably would have hit 4,800 again if China's GDP hadn't been, like, their GDP report hadn't been complete fucking garbage. I'll try limiting profits then. I think I'm seeing a trend of a lot of you doing better as you get less greedy. And you will. Greed kills ports, especially small ones. Taking your wins and walking away just means that you have more money the next time you enter a trade. So, you know, and I think a lot of you are starting to find some success being a little less greedy, not trying to 100% every 0 DTE, you know, makes a big difference. Doesn't really matter. If we keep dropping, I'll make 10k in puts, but lose 2k in calls. Well, that's nice, but I mean, don't lose money you don't have to. If you could sell like the 47.20 against it, or 47, maybe like the 47.30 or 40 against it, and still hedge off your premium costs in the event of a bounce, but not take as much of a hit on the in the money call, right? It's better leaving money on the table than watching your once profitable option expire out of the money. Yep. Thanks for believing in us, Dad. Sure. Greed killed my large port. Expensive lesson last year. Ouch. Yeah, it'll do that. Have I been screen sharing to you, Gherk? How do you know all of that? They're just like common mistakes people make, right? Alright, so we're gonna get another delta neutral bounce, but maybe a smaller one. I don't think I have the patience for this shit. Do I want to hold this one DTE through another fucking drawdown, or just close it? Yeah, I did pretty good on the other put. I think that's... Losses are kind of balanced out for the day. Yeah, I think if this is gonna go above... Maybe set a stop at like 1240.
the fuck? Oh. I already have a stop here. There it is. Yeah, I just realized that. I already had a stop open on it. It's like, what do you mean I can't sell more than I have? Why does everyone keep asking me if it's V time? V's go the other way now. Or we get N's. We're in an N environment, not V. Kirk sold not yet purchased. Crime. Ban the next person that says V after me. The V in price action is a product of a positive gamma environment. So I'm actually making money for the past few days. I'm conflicted on how to feel. Regardless, here's another 15 months of plotting your takedown. Win mod. I don't know. I couldn't possibly moderate you without you being a zillionaire. And absolute forgiveness for any prior transgressions. Is that even still relevant anymore? I don't think so. I'm just gonna delete those trends. They're fucking old. Are we done with downs? No. Not yet. How the fuck is this piece of shit option $5 in the fucking money and still underwater? God, I got ripped off. I should have paid attention to the price when I was buying it. I was like in the middle of like getting coffee and shit. Theta decay. It's a 1 DTE. We're looking at 25 and 20 for resistance. We're below those. So, you know, now we turn to 15, 10, 5, and 4,700. Ivy was high, but we're almost back to the same fucking level. It's not that different. Gherk, you've changed my life. Words can't express the gratitude I have for you and what you've taught us. 20K today alone. Fucking, that's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Make your own MOASS. Some random... Wait, what was that? Make your own MOASS. Some random YouTube streamer
Thanks for all you do. Nice, man. Congratulations, guys, both of you. Dang, that's a full port. Really is, yeah. I will not buy another put. I will not buy another put. I will not buy another put. 4700p. Here we come. That's super greedy. I just, you know what? Fuck this fucking thing. I hate how much it costs. I don't want to own it. Stop me out. No one wants it. When ES 4550. Oh, don't tease me. Look at my arbitrary lines. They're so great. If this breaks down, that's super fucking bearish. Stop me out. Dude, why is the fucking option pricing up? It's ridiculous. Is VIX still climbing? Fine. Literally nobody selling the fucking... Nobody buying this option. It tested 15 for a minute there. Do you believe in VIX 16? The VIX 16 believes in you. Rip Todd 2023 through 2024. He was just a few months old. Do you have any Nvidia puts, or are you staying clear? I'm actually sitting on long debit spreads on Nvidia right now. I sold some calls above 575, like 575 600s. And then I have debit spreads that expire Friday that are 500 525. So I'm not really doing a lot with the video right now. Yeah, failure here is very bearish. Who was making fun of my shitty 4,700, 4,600 debit spreads? I remember one of you was, but I don't remember who it was. Not me. I love them. No, probably still too early to. As long as indexes are selling off, don't worry about beyond. It'll keep going down. Theoretically, can we go ahead and let bear put spreads cash settle on SPX? I don't know what level you have them at, but probably. It really depends where they are to determine if you're at risk as we approach close or not. Starting to get quite a lot of bearish interest here. Put interest is picking up, not a small amount. What do you think on Netflix? Man, I just want my shitty fucking put to go in the money. I've got a couple weeks, few weeks on my debit spreads, but not so much time on this just raw 47.25 call I bought at the money a week ago. I'm offended by the lack of index exposure on top. I mean, the lack of index exposure on top right now is keeping it from being driven into the fucking dirt, so you should be pretty happy that it doesn't have any index exposure. But yes, I get the joke. Is 10 cents a good gap not to get stop hunted? 10 cents from like the premium price? So like right now you're talking about having like a stop, like on this contract, you'd be like a stop at like 16.75. That's terrible. That's way too small of a stop on like 0 or 1 DTE. You need like $1 or $2. How many of you guys are using like stops that are a couple cents? I'm trading SPY, so cheaper contracts. Okay, but still. All right, so like 20-cent stop on a 15, 20 cents. Yeah, 10's not so bad on SPY. The fuck is a stop? Man, bulls are fighting hard to try to turn this shit around. Futures broke the trend to the downside. Yeah, if this fails, and we lose 47.50, that's probably gonna open up that 47.40 test, which is like 47.06 SPX, roughly. Same thing here. Failed breakout, super bearish. Like Vega plays are about to print? Wait, just now? How fucking high was VIX when you bought them? Yeah, those are just standard deviation bands. There's no way nat gas and VIX are correlated, right? Energy's always correlated with volatility. You know, honestly, if nat gas had fucking spiked into the end of 2022, or beginning of like winter of 2023, we probably would have just had a market crash. Have you started to scale out of your Vega pits yet? Or still waiting a bit? Some of the older ones, but not very many. I think I've only sold off like 10 contracts total. Get ready for a V of a lifetime, y'all. B-Jets, I'm with you. You guys are gonna get fucked. Twin futures backwardation. Actually, VIX might already be in backwardation, right? Or very close. The Feb contracts, yeah. The Feb contract's at 14.29, so we're already above that. We're above the March contract on VX1 too. I know we're not. We're still a little bit below the March contract, but we're way above the Feb contract. There we go. Now we're getting some movement in the top end of the yield curve. 10-year above 4.1, 20-year 4.4, 30-year 4.3. Big turnaround in correlation, 3 in 1 month over the last 2 days. Carry trades getting leaned on. All my predictions are coming true. Ha! I knew I was right, Dork. Financial conditioning tightening cycle 2 out of 5 can now begin. Don't forget to move your stop up, you heathen. Well, hold on. I mean, this expires tomorrow, right? So, like, if I end the day $15 to $20 in the money, I'm pretty sure I just hold the fucking thing overnight. I did not buy 47050 DTE. Yes, you did. Appreciate you. In the past, you taught us a ton about why markets and equities were moving. Now you're helping with how to capitalize on it. You're the hero, not that we deserved, but fuck you. Can you predict Volmageddon? No, that's ridiculous. Why would you say things like that? People are starting to call me sir. I keep forgetting to respond to that. I'm not used to this military thing. Just quit. When do you start looking to sell your 4700? You said maybe not bounce until Tuesday. Yeah, I think this all has a bit more range on it. I mean, they're for the end of the month, so I've got time. We might not bounce next week at all. I'm making money. I hate you. I know you do, Rims. I know you do. Is this a short-term bounce? It could be the start of one. The downside should have already been losing some of its momentum. And it, frankly, it really hasn't lost much. So it may be a bounce, but not a very strong one. Do I want to sell the put side of this? No, that's too risky. Wrecked? What do you mean wrecked? I put the stop there on purpose. How's that wrecked? I overpaid for the fucking option anyway. There was no way I was gonna let it slide below 15% profits. You did it again, you stock god. Yeah, that works out. I'm glad I got rid of my overpriced contract. What's Tesla doing? Ooh, nice. Slumpy. I wish Tesla would fucking break down. This is ridiculous. It's just like fucking hung up at resistance. 205's the next leg down on it. How much time do I have on those? Probably too much, right? Can I roll those back? No, they don't let you, do you? Dude, this is where WeBull fucking sucks. Did Carl really buy calls? I hope not. No problem, Nicolaire. Thank you for spot on insight on SPX today. You are welcome. How's Netflix looking for a failure of its daily uptrend? Are you not in it enough to care right now? I'm in Netflix. I have a shitload of debit spreads for Feb 2nd. Like way more than I should have at 75.70. I'm probably gonna close the 70 side of that spread. Like the short side. I'm just waiting for it to break down a little bit more before I do that. But I only have one like just straight up put on it. It looks like we saw some of the sold calls pull back at 80 and reposition. So 80, 85 and reposition. So I think trending down over time. As long as it doesn't fucking bounce $50 off gamma neutral again. How's progress on escaping PDT prison? I think this account should be at like 14K now. So getting there. The cash account, I don't know what it's at. 4,000. So 18K total. Almost there. I've been trying to focus on it more this year. last year I kept blowing it up because I couldn't pay attention to it, but I'm not as heavily positioned anywhere as I was like November, October. So I get a little bit more time to concentrate on it. Even at their worst, I've never had to deposit more money or blown them up, and that's all off like an initial deposit of 2,000, right? I had to have enough to get margin. But I funded the cash account with the margin account. That one the cash account I probably shouldn't play SPX on. That's definitely hurt it a lot in the long run, but it's really way too small, but I don't want to buy SPY contracts. It feels dirty. Gian on Netflix is 466. I'm just holding them. I closed about 10 Vega contracts today, this morning actually. Um, just some older ones that I'd bought back in like that I bought back when VIX like first dipped below 13. Um, they got near break even, and I just kind of wanted to get rid of those. But the rest of them I have. They're mostly up. I mean, I think like the average price I bought in at was like sub 1250 for the majority of them. So I kind of just got rid of some contracts that I bought like a little bit above 1250 that weren't performing so well. How's positioning building? Are we testing 4710? We got to see how far this like capitulation bounce is going to take us. This one actually has a little bit of momentum behind it, so we may see a retest of like 4760 ES. It could fail here, which would be if we fail below 4755 on ES, that's going to be pretty bearish. But we might just keep trading this same range for like the rest of the day. I think there's a little bit of upside momentum still though to squeeze out of this. So maybe SPX back to like 4730, 2830. There's a little bit of upside range. Actually, you know what? I can't buy. Is that too much money? Kind of. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. When yesterday end of day wrap up, yeah, I had to run. I didn't have time to do the full thing, but you'll live without it. I covered it all in Pickles picks. How hard do bulls fight to save their Vega risk at 47.25 by the end of the week? SPX will at GN, so not buying dips. So aside from put profit taking, doesn't seem like much to pump. Yeah, there isn't. I think this will get progressively worse. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Smooth. Can I turn this into a vertical? Create new order. Hold vertical, sell the 30? How much is the 30 worth? Took shit like $2 off that. That's a pretty good deal. What the fuck? Why doesn't WeBull let me turn some options into verticals, but other ones it will? What the actual fuck? Piece of shit platform. They're Gherk checking in on a break. You think SVX touches all-time high before big downs for a little while? Or is that push over 4,800 a swing and a miss? I think it was a swing and a miss. A pretty big miss, right? We're almost like 150 basis points below it now. The lines are magic up on the screen. I just buy and sell at those lines and keep winning. Up 26K on the day. Fuck yeah, my man. Well done. 11.8% up. Feels good, man. Gah. Well done. When are the God candles going to make a comeback? I don't think Vol's really high enough yet. Ooh, big spike in volatility there. That's not going to matter, right? Still going to get call buying. Still wants to see this shit close above 30, I think. Why did they do this to me? SPX 4680 by end of OPEX. Could go lower than that. Or you could go a lot lower than that. People treat you like a little slam pig. Gork, I blew up my port last night, full port and calls with no hedge. Why? Why did you full port calls during SLD with no hedge? Pulte bought Bobby Bonds, wrote family name on the header of letter to shareholders. Family came out and basically kicked him out of the family in a letter on the charity site. This is too comical. I don't have time to watch the bullshit drama with that crap. Where do you get a 2% drop from? It's tax season, and I thought it was Tuesday, and I realized it was Wednesday SLD after close. Ah, Jesus. Are you serious, or are you fucking with me? Two to 3% drop for SLD. Some of them are quite a bit larger than that. Did ES fail under 55? It's testing it now. It's trading at 47.55.25 right now. It broke the upside once. I think it breaks it again. I mean, at least there's enough momentum and capitulation that the bulls should be able to pull something out here. A little bit. So I think like a return to 47.28, 47.37 in that range, that $10 range is possible. So still under GN, but close to it. I'm messing around. I only lost 1% of my port overnight before making it all back, but I really did only buy calls last night. What were you like? What was going through your head? I blown up 16 ports over the last 3 years chasing lotto tickets, GME 0 DTs, and whatever else we babble about in here. I'm finally just taking profits and building a port. I'm up 3,800% since Jan 1st. Well done, greens and beans and greens. Well done. That's very good. This year has actually been pretty awesome so far. The market's being very well behaved and doing exactly what I want it to do, which is my favorite thing. Just don't forget to think about scaling, right? As you move up, especially 38x, right? Or 3.8x, 38x. Consider your scaling. Remember your position allocation limits. Don't overextend yourself, because that's how you lose it all. You made 26K today so far, I think. Keep it up and you can be the first pontiff. Just a little downside consolidation. This is technically bullish consolidation. Still. Maybe now I can sell. The 47.30. No, 47.35. piece of shit. Year of the pickle. I mean, 2022 is going to be hard to beat. I made a lot of fucking money in 2022. I managed to scrape in 7K today, which is 17% of the port while in the office. None of these real estate chads know I'm listening to a stock stream all day long. Thanks, sir. You got it, man. Need Trump to do tariffs and stuff for 2 or 3% downs. Jesus. If every SLD was guaranteed, would you only trade during SLD? And what position size? I mean, they're definitely not guaranteed, right? They have pretty high. I mean, I make good money on them usually. I could not express how fucking pissed I am that they won't let me turn these fucking calls into a vertical. It's about time. Yeah, I mean about 3 years. 3 years in, we should start to see a lot more profitable traders. I would say that's roughly the learning curve. Probably like 3 to 5 years, depending on the person, but 2024 recession, chances of major downturn instead of melting for 6 months. I think the soft landing creates like a credit event. But I think if we go the hard landing route and the Fed keeps rates high and Japan doesn't make any big moves, then slow bleed out several times over the course of the year. I actually think the hard landing, as it's defined by the media, is the softer of the two choices. It's extended; it'll go on longer, but it's definitely the better outcome for our economy in the long run. 2050 is when I will hit my stride. That's just because you don't have a prefrontal cortex. I mean this account doesn't have portfolio margin. I can't sell fucking naked calls on SPX. So yeah, I would have to convert it via the interface. I just don't understand why it's blocking it. Like, I don't. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Give me 1 second. We get a credit event nonetheless. Well, slow burn. Yeah, slow burn credit event. Holy fuck, let's turn another 5 trillion. I'm gonna need that T plus 5 years, boss. It's gonna vary for everybody. There'll be some people that get profitable sooner. And most people, as they get profitable, will then blow up another port because they don't know how to manage they don't know how to manage the additional leverage, right? So you're gonna get some of that effect as well. Like as they scale up, they'll blow up another port, right? But that might be the last one they blow up. This is why you just paper trade until you're profitable. Basically, so long as the jar of bees that is vol doesn't get shaken up, bleed out makes sense. Could even have vol down, market down. I think vol steady, market down, but yeah. There will be some increases in volatility on a market drop, no matter what. Even if simply it's just people wanting to pick up a hedge for further downs, right? Fear begets fear. What's another 5 trillion between the 7 stocks on the market? May as well, really. Jesus Christ. This should still have some more range on it. I don't want to set a stop just yet. Maybe I'll set one. I'll set a good example and set my stop. 450. I made 300K in 2 days paper trading. It did not translate to real life. No, it doesn't. Also, stop paper trading with ridiculous account sizes. Start paper accounts within your actual budget to start a real account. This isn't bulls. This isn't like, well, this isn't really driven by bulls, right? It's just zero DTE profit taking for the most part. I guess bulls are selling puts, but they're not like buying a ton of calls or anything. Where can we head to 47.35? Now, I think that's where this test is going to end up. 47, really 47 like 28 to 47.37, but I think if we break through the 28 level here, that's gonna see us continue up. So I would say that ES might have like another $10 of range, maybe even, yeah, about $10 of range total. The 28 level could potentially fail. I don't think it will, but it could. So having some kind of stop here is probably a good idea. I should probably move mine up. Lock in some of these profits. I don't want to be too close though. I'll lock in like $1. Back down into end of day? Maybe. Yeah, if this pump runs out of momentum fast enough, then we might get repositioning and pull back down into the end of the day. I think I like the idea of buying a long strangle for KMI expiring next week versus buying this week's straddle. So the 17-18 strangle. Thank you, Beans and Greens. I wonder if that's going to have better... Well, okay, so you're offsetting vol... I don't think there's that much vol to crush. I think the 1750 straddle for next week is better than the 1718 strangle. I'd have to look at it again. Hold on. Because there's going to be more vol crush on the out of the money contract. $17.18, so 15 cents versus the straddle, 44 cents. So I think the strangle gets a little bit more fucked by the vol crush, but you get more leverage on it. Which I guess if it's just you're just YOLOing the broader move is probably better. Ooh, fuck, I almost got stopped out there. 1 cent off. Nope, not even 1 cent off. Just almost got stopped out. Let me stop up a little tighter on the bounce here. Ugh. Earnings is tonight? Okay, so the way I see that is like you have less capital allocation on the strangle, right? But your likelihood of taking a loss is greatly increased. Like a 30% chance of like you lose well, not 30, but you lose about 20% chance of profitability. Any data tomorrow? Nothing big, I don't think. Tomorrow, the rest of this week should be pretty light. I think tomorrow we have building permits, right? And well, actually, we do have a little bit of stuff tomorrow. We have building permits, and I think we have jobless claims. So give your fellow poor a membership gift. I've been on a 1-year streak of never paying for it. Are you holding your Netflix put for tomorrow? Yeah, why not? I've already kind of written that fucking thing off. I might average it down, but I think we're starting to get a breakdown. Oh, you got him. His streak continues. Thank you so much, Beans and Greens. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Beans and Greens a shout out for hooking you up. think I can lock in like $2 of profit here. That's pretty good. Still play the continuation. I'd love it if this contract got back to like 13 bucks. How are we looking on the option side of shit? Okay, so yeah, starting to see that move up. Looks like the upper range is contracted a little bit. Maybe only a test of like 35 here. But it still looks bullish. Hundreds of contracts. It's amazing. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you're careful with that, man. You're scaling too hard. Let me put it to you this way. In a $500,000 port, I probably wouldn't have, at any given time, more than like 50 0 DTs. And that's a stretch. It depends what strike you have. You could experience a lot of slippage. But if you're at like a key psychological strike, like 47.25, for instance, or 47.50, you're not going to get that much slippage. When you say scaling, what do you mean? Well, I mean, naturally, over time, you need to increase position size, right? And that's part of scaling up your leveraged exposure, right? So that's what I'm talking about. The guy is trading hundreds of SPY versus hundreds of SPX? Tens of SPX. Oh, it's SPY. Okay. That's not so bad. Oh, stopped out. There's Fed speakers. There's a bunch of Fed speakers tomorrow. There's Philly. So Philly business conditions is coming out. We're gonna see if the contraction there is as bad as it was on the New York regional index report. And then we have jobless claims. Those are going to be the two big things. I think Bostic speaks tomorrow. He's been pretty hawkish. And we have a 10-year tips auction at 1, which actually, if the 10-year is showing a decent amount of demand, that could be kind of bearish for the forward pricing of inflation expectations. Yeah, so I mean, when you have a $10,000 account, right, and you're taking a 20% position, you're taking $2,000, right? But when you have $100,000 account and you're taking a 20% position, that's $20,000, right? And so as your account size, your portfolio size grows, you need to trim your leverage profile, right? Otherwise, at $1 million, you're taking out a $200,000 position, and that's ridiculous. I had a massive carry loss to whip out anyway, so SPY profits are tax free right now anyway. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say over time you will lose a lot of money trading SPY over SPX once you're at that level. So it's definitely ideal to move to the tax treatment or tax preferred instrument earlier rather than later. I can't believe it. I went to make myself some steak, and you bought a contract that's up 50%. Are you targeting me again? I can assure you that I am not. What's the biggest position you can remember taking? GME. Not just shares and shit, but like options too. I had total, like I think through the March runs close to 400,000. 400,000 in exposure, which obviously went up a lot. Yeah, we've talked about this many times. Netflix. I had a really big position on Netflix once. Tesla. There have been a couple times where I had positions on. No, I wasn't full ported, but I was in for a lot. Most of the reason my exposure to GME had gotten so large is because I kept having to roll it and add more and roll it and add more. So it wasn't my intention to have a position that big when I first entered it. Don't leverage up, says the man that bought a $500,000 cat position. I know it was an accident. I mean, it was a beautiful accident, but it was definitely an accident. I bought 100,000 AMKBY at 7. Gherk, don't take $200,000 and open one position. Also, Gherk. I mean, one of them's shares, and the other one we're talking about options, right? That's different. I'm not taking on the kind of volatility risk. I mean, a $200,000 options position, right? Has you know, I mean, even at 0.5 delta is going to have, you know, significantly more, like 50x more exposure than shares, right? It wasn't my intention to have a position that big. We're the same. I made money. Never mind. March 2022 was fucking dope. All right. I have a 200k position. It just hasn't played out yet. 2 shares of GME. It seems like this might get read again soon. So the out of the money call interest is starting to kind of dwindle a bit. We are getting close to that first resistance level. Now, we could break above this and still see 32 to 35. That leg of it isn't over yet. But if we fail here, we're very unlikely to see the upside test. No, just too much call side profit taking. Not enough committed bulls, which, you know, is a problem. I don't have an SHMP position. That was a joke. Just trying to find a stock to go long shrimp. I will say some of it's kind of compelling, but I'm not buying that company. What is tech and interest rate sensitive sector again? I think they have a lot more than $1 million in debt. Bubba Gump. How many NVIDIAs are you buying tomorrow? 0. Who has YouTube videos? The shrimp company? Do they? I mean, they have a pretty good way of farming shrimp and like organic live shrimp with no antibiotics. So there's definitely a market for that. I just think it might be too niche. Imagine having debt to the French. That's a fucking low blow, man. Oh, they got VIX under 15. That looks like a win on the bull side. Is paper trading the only way to find out how to scale out? It's probably the best way. It looks like you could build their setup for 50K and they're drowning in debt. Well, they did all the R&D and everything on it, right? Which will be really good for anybody who licenses their product from them. But they do make some revenues off of selling those licenses. 284 crowd entry. Oh, did CrowdStrike bounce back? Interesting. A little bit. That might be like an okay 275 entry. So found support at the 273 level. I might wait on that. There's the 32 test. A little bit more room here. They just overpay their staff and throw too many parties, was my DD. That could be a problem. I like their plan to scale out regionally though. And it looks like they wanna open their own hatcheries to stymie supply chain issues with getting larvae. So yeah, all of that kind of interesting, actually. I would like to see somebody else heading up the management, maybe, though. Although, I mean, they do seem to have shareholder interests in mind, besides the rampant overspending, right? I made money on puts and calls today. You're welcome, man. Chad, welcome to Cornichon, dude. Give Richie a shout out for hooking you up. I see you have a blue shirt today. Would you have a yellow one to wear on stream in the future? I don't know if I own a yellow shirt. Gulercio, he had some online profile that was dealing with dragons. Let me find that. That's awesome. You don't need to show me that. That's gonna make me more bullish. Are you talking about your sandy, wet Hamptons pool? No, I'm not. I would accept no shirt. I'm well aware of your conditions, Grim, too. I don't think I own a single tank top. Well, that's not true. I have like... Yeah, I do. But they're not really tank tops. I have those like Under Armour like workout shirts that are super tight. I don't think I can squeeze my fat ass into them anymore though. They've definitely gotten smaller. It's not a crop top. Well, it could be a crop top now. Don't ever admit that in public again. Why? I'm not ashamed. Grim 2 is definitely a guy. That's my impression. I think Grim 2 is not only a guy, but he's not gay either. Greg shouldn't be ashamed. He looks like Hugh Jackman. If Hugh Jackman was fat, yeah. $101 million in debt. That sounds more like it. What makes you think I'm not gay? I don't know. I guess you could be. You weren't really into Crean's ass that much, right? And even some of the straight guys in the Discord were like, fuck, Crean's caked up, you know? So I would say that's why. I forgot that even happened. What have we become? Gerald, the president, his only other company experience is multiplayer online Dragon Inc. And that's all I can find. How much did he sell it for? And did he sell it to Blizzard? I don't think he sold it. I mean, everyone has to start somewhere. What's up, Jay? Oh god, that looks filthy. I hate that you want this completely unreadable fucking chart to look at all day, Dork. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I saw that earlier. The tightening financial conditions are sexy. Natural Shrimp bought it? Oh my god, that's amazing. I don't see how I can't invest in this company. At least some money, right? Is Pickle Jar long shrimp and short the Mag 7? No. What if I'm pie curious? That's fine. I'm holding no judgment. Did you get a yellow shirt when you won the Tour de France? I don't own an online dragon. I want access to that platform though. Do we get access? So I know they opened up like to your door shipping of living shrimp for shareholders. And that was apparently a very successful program. And so I'm wondering if I get access to their online dragon platform if I'm a shareholder. What about natural shrimp? I've been invested in them for years. Oh no. Oh. Well, I'm sorry about your losses. That's too funny. do you like do you like know the guy? Rich or poor? I mean, you were definitely richer before you bought that fucking company. I'm actually legitimately interested in their business model, and I could see them getting bought out by like one of the like larger hatchery companies just for their tech alone. Um, but holy fuck, the CEO bought his own like MMO platform with shareholder money, so maybe it's just a bad idea. No, I do not, but I was looking for a weird, cool company to invest in them, and I found them, and the tech looks amazing. It's really, yeah, the tech is really compelling. Wait a minute, he's a genius? Wait, how? Who's a genius? Shrimp GPT? Oh my god, if the AI can just manage all of the day-to-day operations of caring for the fucking shrimp, you just come in and scoop them up every few months. No human involvement, fully automated shrimp farming. How could you go wrong for a penny? I think it might be less than that. They have 1.4 billion shares in their free float and a market cap of $10 million. I'm starting an LLM optimization company. You know, SEO? It's like that, except it's a scam and I steal people's money. That's what SEO is. I need to call my wife. She's an expert in handling shrimp. That's the meme of the day, rare panda egg. If they go from 1 penny to 2, 100% profits. I mean, you're not wrong. The next trick is GHS Investments bought how many shares? Oh, I can't read behind that thing. God damn it. Someone write something. 24.5 million shares at 55 cents a share. I'm sure they're feeling great about that. The current estimated net worth of multiplayer online Dragon Inc. CEO Walter Brenner is estimated to be about $0. You can hide the emoji button? How? Did I just delete it in like the... I don't know how to hide it. A literal penny stock? My god. Yeah, it is. DevTools F12? Oh, okay, yeah, you can. Ah, it won't let me delete it. Now I've just made it look weird. What natural shrimp do you do? Only if I can post on Wall Street bets. Alright, Dork, are we thinking fail into close or trade flat here? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Mac. So many puts to the downside. I guess I just don't need to fuck with it. Hmm. Why do bulls always have to ruin the fun? They're just pricks. You said we drop because of China GDP. Are we going to see more dumps? Probably. If so, why is this bad for us as well? Why is what bad for us? China's GDP? It's not really China's GDP that's bad for us. It's China's retail sales that are bad for us. They were down quite a lot. Last holdings on GHS had a holding of CBGI. Looks like this firm is knocking it out of the park. Huh. CBGL. Oh. Jesus Christ. But they bought it back in 2020? Maybe they're out of that already. Pickle Jar buys 51% or more of shrimp. We put you, Dork, and JFresh on the board. Give Carl a job. Then you all turn the firm around and make us all rich. So, like, crowd-funded activist investing? The Pulte charitable... What's going on with Plute? Foundation cover is pretty hilarious. I get so... I'm so tired of the whole fucking meltdown thing. I just don't care about them and their stupid shit. Nvidia, Netflix not looking so hot into close. Microsoft's kind of holding up. How's Apple doing? Yeah, Apple's hanging in there too. Dude, Tesla caught a little bounce. Still below GM, but given the conditions in China, I'm looking for an entry for Neo around 570. You'll probably get it cheaper than that if the conditions keep getting worse. Another option, Pickle Jar buys shrimp, puts AJ on board, and we all short it for tax-free gains. Shrimp Company pays 3 of their employees 100K a year. I mean, those are probably like the research guys, right? So that kind of makes sense. His family called Pulte a Twitter philanthropist. That's what he calls himself. Uh, Plute is such a cock. SPY's an ETF. SPX is an index traded out index options, and futures are futures. They're three different products. They all track the same index, but I don't know what more there is to say about that. How much time will it take RSS to realize that he was the villain all this time and not Ken Griffin? I don't think Super Stonk likes Pulte. Do they? Still? I thought they were like, I thought he'd already burned that bridge. That's why he went after the BBBY crowd. Is the technology they're talking about refrigerators? No. They've got a water purification system that they're using that reduces like the incidence of like waterborne bacteria and viruses and reduces the nitrogen output of the wastewater or in the wastewater. You think SPX tests 4720 before end of day? Yeah, it could sell off. I mean, VIX is back at 15, so there's still a lot of puts on the chain. Where do the tips touch so I can unleash my liquidity? On what stock? What's the key closing level to carry bearishness into tomorrow? GN's around 47.35. I mean, I think if we close below gamma neutral, then we probably see a continuation of this. The lower we close, the better, right? Did you not enjoy my throwback pun? I probably didn't read it. Oh, sixpence none the richer. Ha. I made it just for you. It's beautiful. Hmm. God, I want to see NQ back below 16.3. Oh shit. Upstart covering a little? I don't fucking know. No. Upstart still looks like garbage. What's oversold on RSI? $47.10 incoming. We could see a retest of 15 maybe. I don't know if there's enough time, but there might be. Really depends on if ES picks up. But yeah, we could see another retest of like the 47, 45 maybe level. I guess we could fall below it. Just might take a minute. And we might not have, yeah, we might not have enough time for that. Beans and greens. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations. Welcome to Cornichon, everybody. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. Beans and greens. Well done, dude. Slight uptick in put interest again. Here on this tiny bounce. Honestly, I could see us closing like 2025. Although there is some put interest picking up at 15 and 10. Looks like bears are targeting 20. Could be one of the best plays of my life, and I haven't left my couch. Why do I never get one? Did you turn gifting on? You have to turn it on, or you have like a corporate Google account, in which case you can't receive them. The MM's still kind of between 28 and 35. Been out for a bit. Did you guys have a red day without me? Red day number 2. $47.28 and fail would be awesome. Yeah, if we don't fill that gap, that's pretty good for the downside. Futures recovery doesn't look particularly good. I'd like to see a test of the EMA 30. Because below that, CTAs are going to start selling off pretty hard. How much is a pound of cooked shrimp from a restaurant in New York City? A pound? Fuck, I don't know. You get like maybe like 4 to 6 shrimp with an entree, which is, you know, roughly like what, a third of a pound. Probably between like $30 to $40. Maybe let's say like 28 to $40. What's the CEO of Fubo's cost basis? I don't know, but he did average down at about like three something a while back. So cooked and served, we're talking $120. That sounds about right. If you want to know on the wholesale side, I already asked my friend. He pays from his distributor. He pays $15 a pound for live sushi grade shrimp. The problem is getting quantities of them. Getting any kind of relevant quantity of them is difficult. Where the fuck would you be getting shrimp from? I mean, maybe like out in Long Island, but not so much in the city. Sushi grade isn't a thing. Yeah, but it is, right? Like it's not, but it is.
I just want to grab some chips. Not shrimp chips. The fact that any support is being found here is bullshit. Are March fixie calls dead now? Did I miss selling them? Yes, you did. Hmm. Nice, Ben. Not another fucking test at this level. Jesus Christ.
You got it, Hamscaro. Shrimp is literally never going to be a pickles pick. Nor am I going to buy any of it. I already saw your DM. It's not like I'm going to watch it right now. They're going to fuck around and make me buy another put. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing. Where does the MM want this to close? Like above 27 or below 47? Nice, Celtic. It's more of an economic cable. Is my 4730 butterfly gonna print? Possibly. End of day butterflies with fix above 15. I said flat. Why do I even? You said 50, 50, 15. End of week. An hour ago, you said 4,700. And now I can't keep up. Not only did you say 4,700, you sent me bear emojis. Will Dork's prediction come true? Or are my 25 calls dead? I don't know. We could, I guess we could, discover the, like, cold fusion or... Yeah, might be it. Faster than light travel over the next 2 days. Peace in everywhere, the Middle East and Russia. Chat GPT becomes sentient overnight. I feel like that would crash the markets. JPOW cuts rates 300 bips and buys $3 trillion worth of distressed treasuries. He only needs to buy 1.26 trillion right now at par value. God, I hate our country. I finally crossed a bridge, bro. 6 weeks of gains. Even I can't fuck this week into a loss. I closed my monthly puts and weekly call hedge earlier for 95%, and I'm plus 15% since re-entering. I fucking love you, bro. Thanks, Celtic Mako. I love me too. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Ripped to 50 in the last 20 minutes. That'd be insane. Today's like days like today are good. Pickle jar making money, chat having fun. No one's setting stops. Good times. According to the last 8 months, that would be less insane than dropping 10 bips into close. Pretty sure there's a higher correlation of drops into close when below gamma neutral, which we're still below. I can see us making it back to gamma neutral by the end of the day, but that's going to require some more call buying here. Probably quite a lot more call buying, right? Do you have a take profit rule for credit spreads? I.e. close once 50% of the value is realized? No. I mean, if they're at risk, then I'd close them, but no. Wonder how Ackman feels after he took a 400 million loss on Netflix, and now Netflix is trading 35% up from his entry at 350. I guess that's why he shitposts on Twitter so much. Probably not happy. Well, more so I think his shareholders probably aren't happy. Nvidia's market cap is actually hilarious. Well, someone had to step in as Apple fell off, right? Hmm. A little bit of call buying at 40. Probably slam VIX into close. You know what? I don't want to play the end of the day here. There's too many pets. Too many pets and not enough calls. Now, if the puts went back in the money at 30, then I might. Yeah, so if the $30 strike dips back in the money, I'd probably buy a call into close. Push back to delta neutral. I don't know if I want to buy KMI or not. I don't think I'm that interested in it. I guess I can pick something up. Oh, you know what? Oh, that's cool. I wonder if this sells off now. Oops. Buy some Turing 4735s and a close. Maybe if it breaks 40. Actually, if it breaks 40, I might just grab like a 40, but if it does, probably not. I think I'm good. That was the one I wanted there. It covers the put side lotto. Well, more than covers the put side lotto. What did those fill at? Sell. That shit was super volatile, so. Stop price. I filled at 4. That's pretty good. Back to spot? Well, not quite. But, a little bit up. Bear calls? Oh, the ones I have open? I'm not worried about those. I already hedged them off, so it doesn't... That's why I bought the 235 calls. Those are 45.50. Like we'd have to really fucking bust it right now. I already have a straddle for tomorrow. Four minutes left. VIX 1475. They cross gamma neutral? Yeah, a little bit. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know where gamma neutral is at the end of today, but I would say they're a little bit above it. Still not a lot of call buying. Most of the 0 DT puts are closed out now. Interest is kind of concentrated around 40, so. Do you think the window for a new all-time high has passed? I mean, I don't think they're in a good position to achieve it. Upstart is up $1, 60 cents. It's not even $1. Bloomberg is trying to make the money on the sidelines argument again. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're just gonna, I mean, they're always gonna do that, right? There's not gonna be any stopping them. What did Netflix do into the end of the day? That I actually care about. Okay, not a lot. That's good. What's up, Pop? Market go up. Market went down too. Because the puts that were down here that didn't go in the money sold. Everyone closed their out of the money 0 DTE puts on that bounce. It's okay. They can buy more of them tomorrow. It's only 30 bips. That's might not even close above GN. Especially if the 40 keeps selling off. Ding ding. We are red today. So I thought I had created a good straddle with a profitable put. Now I have a Franken spread and confusion. How do you have a Franken spread on a saddle, on a straddle? You just fucking, it's just two options at the same strike. But the daily candle is colored green. So fucking what? Technically a bounce back here to 70. I mean, if you look at the daily, a bounce back to 70 and a rejection at 70 or 75 would be even more bearish, but I don't know if we're gonna get that. That's kind of a stretch given positioning. Where did you straddle? 47.25. All right. Well, that's done. I guess just closing just a smidgen above GN today. VIX at 1477 into close. If we look at the technical side of this on SPX, this could indicate a bounce off of the 30 EMA. We would expect that to be slightly weaker than the prior bounce. But we may get some upside over the next 2 days into the OPEX expiration as charm flows become slightly more supportive. And then, we would see additional downside after OPEX. When the sell-offs would be slightly more volumetric. Although, put positioning is still compounding to the downside. And even though the out of the money, not all out of the money puts today made it in the money, a lot of the out of the money puts from yesterday did. So, plenty of room there. And on the weekly, we are starting to move past some very important levels. Today's close below the 47.43 level, which is the first step to indicate a reversal on the weekly. The next step would be seeing a breakdown of that 46.97 level, which may not come till next week, but this is a pretty good sign, especially closing below that. Out here on ES, we bounced back a little bit above trend. But I think in after hours it shouldn't be an issue falling back to that. The 47.75 level is still very important. And that's a lot of where we found resistance earlier today before we got rejected. If we do get rejected here again at a even lower high, that's still bearish. Defeated breakouts tend to be more bearish than had they seen a continuation to a higher support or a higher resistance. So yeah, I think it's not unreasonable to assume that we could get, a small bounce, maybe back to like the 60 level tomorrow. Data's a little lighter into the end of the week. I think the only thing that would really prevent that is if tomorrow's labor data shows some weakness. Then we could actually get a stronger bounce, maybe back to like that 75 level. I don't think Labor Day data will be weak. I think it'll be probably pretty robust still. It's only been a week since the last jobless claims like data, so I'm not really expecting anything there. Housing permits could have some effect. If they're up, obviously that reduces the chance for a rate cut. If they're significantly down, which they may be given the seasonality, um, that plus like weaker labor data could be a little bullish here. Not a lot to squeeze out though. Not a ton of liquidity to the upside. So I don't think I don't think a bounce would be huge. But remember, you can always just kind of hedge above gamma neutral if you're afraid of a big breakout. And that should be plenty sufficient. After hours red candle. Well, starting to. Yeah, starting to bleed off after hours. GME, nothing really. Just found a little bit of support at 14. Upstart found support at the 29.32 level, which is actually an important resistance level. Probably needs more accumulation of like 25, 27.50, 30 puts. I don't think this is marking like a shift in momentum or anything. I think most of the $35 calls that had speculated on a bounce previously have sold off, so that bigger upside range back above delta neutral, very unlikely. Probably just gonna get a continuation down after indexes start to fall again. Fubo below 264. Next resistance to the downside's actually, you know what, here, I'll just mark it. It's actually at 243. And then, you know, if it falls below that, the expectation would be a test of the 223 level. Top saw a little bit of covering this morning. That kind of dried up into the afternoon and they shorted again. So still just passing the liquidity back and forth. Nothing really happening there. Beyond actually kind of bounced back from its drop this morning, which wasn't severe, but you know, it was down to about the $7 level. It may have a little trouble breaking through the put wall there, but I'm sure it'll eventually fall down. BTU BTU bounced off its support today. I mean, I mentioned earlier that maybe selling some CSPs on below this level wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe below 22. Seems like that was correct. I know some people wanted to sell covered calls. Probably not a great idea. Probably not worth it. RSP picked up a little bit into the end of the day. So did Dow, but ultimately tech and S&P about neck and neck. Russell pulled back about half of its drop today. VIX still up, 7% on the day. VIX 3 months still up 4%. VIX still closed the day in backwardation on the February contract, and VX1 is up pretty substantially from where it was this morning, I think. Yeah, that's about dollar fell a bit below 103.50, and that's probably gonna ease up on the yields a bit, but we'll see how that plays out tonight. Not too much international data tonight, so we're past that hurdle for the week. I don't think we're gonna see any big like unexpected overnight volatility spikes or anything like that. So yeah, tomorrow has a decent chance of a little bit of a bounce. And then, after Friday, all that delta and charm is going to fall off with the monthly expiration. VIX has boomed a little bit. It hasn't gone boom boom, but it's bumming. Are you still in ZOM? Yeah, I am. I sold some covered calls on it. I'm not really sure what's going to happen there. but I have some cover calls out at 100 for next month, Feb 16, I think it is. Hurry, I'm in the end of day. Hooray, I'm in the end of day. Thanks, Pick Me Pete. Congratulations. You are in the end of day video. I'll be sure to clip you. What's your cost basis on ZOM? I think it's like 98.50. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later.